such organ luminaries as Alexandre Guilmant and Charles-Marie Widor. Next, we will hear Brian Mathias play the Little Fugue in G minor by Johann Sebastian Bach. This work was most likely composed while Bach was organist at the New Church in Arnstadt, when he was in his late teens. Such organ luminaries as Alexandre Guilmant become one of his best-known melodies. Then Richard Elliott plays the blistering Toccata in B minor by French organist Eugène Gigoux. It exemplifies the new French style of organ composition made possible by the innovative organ designs of Aristide Cavaillé-Coll, with symphonic stops, full registrations, and seamless crescendos.
No. Eva.
We have just heard Joseph Peoples play the fanfare from École d'Orgue by the Belgian composer and organist Jacques-Nicolas Lemmens. A pioneer of the modern French organ school, Lemmens taught at the Brussels Conservatoire, where his students included such organ luminaries as Alexandre Guilmant and Charles-Marie Widor. Next, we will hear Brian Mathias play the Little Fugue in G minor by Johann Sebastian Bach. This work was most likely composed while Bach was organist at the New Church in Arnstadt, when he was in his late teens or early 20s. It has since become one of his best-known melodies. Then Richard Elliott plays the blistering Toccata in B minor by French organist Eugène Gigoux. It exemplifies the new French style of organ composition made possible by the innovative organ designs of Aristide Cavalier-Coll, with symphonic stops, full registrations, and seamless crescendos. Gigoux's Toccata was published in 1890. Linda Margetts has just performed an organ arrangement by former Tabernacle organist Robert Kundig of Jesu, Joy of Man's Desiring by J.S. Bach. Now, this well-known pastoral piece was originally written in 1723 as a movement for choir and small orchestra in one of Bach's sacred cantatas. Only later did it become well-known when transcribed as a purely instrumental work. But the lyrics of the original chorale, words that speak of hope, joy, and comfort, continue to underscore this music even when performed without singers. The words that Bach set to this music, from a 1661 poem by Martin Jahn, offer exuberant gratitude for the certainty and stability of God's love, especially during times of crisis. Nearly half of the stanzas in Jahn's poem end with the line, "I shall not abandon my Jesus." And so, bound up integrally in the beauty of the melody and Bach's masterfully harmonized setting, are these thoughts on faith and devotion. Jesus remains my joy, my heart's consolation and essence. He is the strength of my life, the delight and sun of my eyes, and the treasure and bliss of my soul. And so, I will not leave Jesus. If you're just joining us, you are listening to a special organ program kicking off a new series of online concerts called Piping Up, Organ Concerts at Temple Square. This new series will be streamed every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at noon Mountain Time on the Tabernacle Choir's website and its YouTube channel, as well as on broadcasts.churchofjesuschrist.org. Next, we will hear Joseph Peoples play the opening Allegro con brio from Mendelssohn's Organ Sonata No. 4 in B-flat major. Mendelssohn's organ sonatas are not sonatas in the late 18th century classical sense, but rather as Bach, Mendelssohn's musical idol, may have understood the word, a suite of more or less independent movements or pieces. The 6 organ sonatas by Mendelssohn were published in 1845. Linda Margetts then returns with Jeremiah Clarke's renowned Prince of Denmark's March. This march, originally written for harpsichord or wind band, became popular through an arrangement for organ and trumpet from 1878 by William Spark, who unfortunately misidentified the composer as Henry Purcell and retitled the work Trumpet Voluntary.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. It's amazing to see all of you this morning, and we are so much excited to have you. Just some housekeeping. We have audience online from all over Africa and all part of the world. So especially for our French speakers, we have a French channel on Zoom. So you just have to click on that, and then you have a translation. So I will ask Victory to come over and say that in French. You see?
Bonjour, chers audiences. Nous sommes ravis d'avoir tout le monde ici actuellement. Et nous aimerions vous notifier que cette conférence est suivie de par le monde, y compris dans les pays français. Et ceux qui sont dans les pays francophones, nous leur prions très humblement de cliquer sur Translate au niveau de leur Zoom pour pouvoir suivre en direct dans leur langue la conférence. Merci.
Merci. Okay, before we start our meeting, we would like to ask Belinda, which is one of our chapter board members for the Accra BYU Management Society chapter, to give us the invocation.
Our eternal Father in heaven, we are grateful unto thee this morning. We thank thee for thy mercies. We thank thee for a traveling journey to here. We humbly ask thee to grant us thy spirit, that even as we go through the sessions and discussions this morning, we'll be able to understand and take the things that will help us to build our capacity, even as individuals and collectively as a nation. This we humbly ask thee, clean the forgiveness of our sins and imperfections. In the most sacred name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
We thank Belinda and Victory for the translation and Belinda for the invocation. Now we would like to officially welcome you to the African Professional Development Conference. And the theme of this conference is Lift and Lead. The objective of this conference is to strengthen our region and also help our young professionals find their way in terms of where career paths are they going through. So today, especially everyone here, even those online, take the opportunity to ask questions and participate in our breakout section. And most of you have the booklet. On the booklet, we have a QR code where you can go in there and be able to register. When you go to the Africa region, you register and you can choose. Those of us in Ghana, you go and choose the Ghana chapter. If you are anywhere in Africa, you can just choose the chapter closer to you, but you will still be in the African region. It is important we take note of that. Now, the Management Society, it is a global professional organization that supports growing moral and ethical leadership around the world. In Africa, our main objectives have been to look at what we call the Africa framework. And the framework, the key thing here is about personal development. So we have a program called the Launching Leaders. Most of our chapters have been having those programs, and today you will hear more about that in those breakout sections. We also taking about career advancement. That is why we are meeting today. We're going to meet a very seasoned professionals that will be speaking to you. Take an opportunity and build your network and ask those questions. We're also looking at digital literacy. That is, how can we participate in a global digital economy by getting the necessary digital skills so that we can be more competitive, especially in Africa. I always say Africa is rising, but are we prepared for the opportunities? We had the ChatGPT coming. It's already here with us. How are we young professionals, especially, are we preparing to take those opportunities? So the Management Society provides those resources that you will take opportunity to be able to be part of. Even in your personal career journey, even if you're a seasonal professional, you may be thinking about changing your career path, because research has shown that most people, before even they reach the age of 40, they have changed their career path several times. So it is important that we take advantage of this. So we have today, we really like to welcome Kelly for coming to grace this occasion, and we'll be hearing from him. And we have understand the Executive Director of the BYU Management Society, Jason Brown, and we also have Michael Ellison, who is the Alumni Director, and not forgetting our very good friend, Ed Aropa. He is a VP for development that is looking at different strategic initiatives and be able to that. And then we have Kate. She is from the Kate Foundation. You will hear more about it. And on my left here, we have President Augustine Ajay. He is a professional. We have some section with him. He will be talking about his joining. And then we have our good Executive Director for the Managing Director for the Global Center, and also the CIS Sponsorship Director. And we will have a section, especially if we're talking about going to grad school at BYU and the opportunities we can look at. And we have our Victory for the Benin chapter in Belina. So for me, you'll be saying, I'm introducing everyone, and who is Seth? I'm Seth Ogoyim. I'm the African Regional Director for the BYU Management Society. And as I said, this is an important conference, which is what? Lift and lead. We want to lift you up, or lift each other up, and be able to what? Lead. Well, we can be leading your profession and etc. So I will hand over to Jason Brown, the Executive Director of the BYU Management Society, to tell about the global perspective of the Management Society and what the vision is as we go forward. But before he comes, I want to emphasize again, if you have not registered, please try and use the QR code and register. And this is awesome for you to be part of it. And you will not forget this moment. So please take advantage of that. And we will have a lot of interaction throughout the day. And there will be a breakout section, and we will announce that as you go along. Jason?
Thank you, Seth. Before my remarks, can we first just give a round of applause for all of the conference organizers, for the IT tech team, and for my right-hand team back in Utah who got up at 3 a.m. this morning, Gina Pamar and Manzi. Big round of applause for them. So grateful for all of the preparations for this conference. It's great to be with you. I flew out on Tuesday and arrived here Wednesday afternoon, flying back tonight. Haven't yet adapted to the time, but it's so grateful. I served my mission here in Africa and South Africa many years ago. It's great to be back on the continent and to be with you today. And so the BYU Management Society, we're here to lift and to lead. It's a professional development organization. It's a global network. We have conferences happening this year. We just had one in the UK. We have one here in Africa. We have one coming up in the US. We have one going in Asia in November, in Brazil in January of next year. And so we are a global connected organization. And what's the value to you? Well, you get to connect locally for Ghana. You get to connect in Africa as you join that Africa region chapter. That's the main takeaway today, is join the Africa region and then also join the Ghana chapter. Do that today. We'll be saying that many times. And what's the benefit of being a part of the global structure? You get access to the global mentoring. And where does that mentoring coming from? We know there's in the chapter in the region, having Africa mentors and advisors and career coaches, but it's so much more than that. Our partners, we're so grateful, as you see on the back, we have various partners, BYU Alumni, BYU Pathway, Welfare and Self-Reliance, Launching Leaders, SCEP Foundation, Interweave Solutions, ACE, Academy for Creating Enterprise. All these partners are part of this ecosystem that's trying to help with advancing and moving along and launching your career. And the one main thing I want to highlight right now is this global mentoring. And who powers this? This is powered by our partners in the BYU Alumni Association. I'd like to invite my colleague, Michael Johansson, to come up and to give some remarks on that networking power of the BYU Alumni Association. Michael.
Great. It's good to be here with you today. Thank you for the sacrifice in attending here today. I represent a group of former students at Brigham Young University. If you're wondering about how big that group is, it is 511,000, but that includes those who have passed on. We do believe in alumni relations beyond on both sides of the veil. Living alumni is 450,817 as of this morning. I checked. That's a big group. And you're part of this family. As Jason said, networking is so important. But have you heard of the term good, better, and best? All right. The good part is networking. That's why you're here. That's a big part of why you're here. But I want us to all understand that that's good. The better part is mentoring. And that's what you'll learn about today. And that's what we're involved in today as the Brigham Young University Alumni Association, is about that mentoring. And we'll learn a lot about that as we go forward. The best part is ministering. Networking, mentoring, ministering. If we do this right, then we will do all three, and we'll have a wonderful opportunity to do that. There's a quote that I just want to share, and then I'll be done, because you didn't come here to see or to hear from me. This is from Elder Robert D. Hales. He said, "Now you may have serious questions about the choices ahead. In my young adult years, and that includes most of you, I sought counsel from my parents and from faithful, trusted advisors, prayerfully selected mentors who have your spiritual well-being at heart." So as you look to find mentors in your life, I invite us all to look for those who have your spiritual well-being at heart. And part of that group is the 450,817 graduates of Brigham Young University alumni who are anxious and willing to be participating in that mentoring and ministering process. So thank you for your service. Thank you for your faith. And I look forward to this journey together. I do have one assignment, though, as I share this with that 450,000, I need to take a picture with you. Can I do that?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to do this. Are you ready? Everybody smile. Smile.
That's right. This is going to be captured with your permission, of course. Thank you, Michael. So anyway, yes, thank you for being here. We're grateful to participate with you. We're so grateful for Seth and his team, his leadership, his vision for Africa. We're excited for the conference today. Thank you so much.
So you guys have to clap. I always say, we're the member of the church, most of the time we don't clap. So they have to teach us how to clap, right? So if you want to clap again, let's do that. Okay. Thank you, Jason, and for that wonderful presentation. Now, before we have our keynote speaker come up, I would like to just read his bio. We have for our keynote speaker, Kelly Gadipo. He's the chairman of Enterprise Group, PLC. Kelly Gadipo was appointed the chief executive officer of Enterprise Group Limited in 2014. He is the co-founder and executive vice chairman of Data Bank Financial Services and has over 15 years of experience in investment banking. Since co-founding Data Bank, he has contributed to the development of the capital market and the stock exchange in Ghana through his oversight of Data Bank Brokerage Limited. Mr. Gadipo is the chairman of Data Bank Foundation and also a director of Ventures and Acquisition Limited, Data Bank EPAC Investment Fund, the Northridge School. Mr. Gadipo went to Achimota School. He holds a BSc in accounting from Brigham Young University and is a CPA from the US. He is also a Mason Fellow of the John F. Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University, where he earned a master's degree in public administration. He is a Ghanaian. So we are privileged to have Kelly. Kelly.
Thank you very much, Seth, and good morning to everybody. Let's clap again. Lift and lead. So I'm really very honored to stand before you, a body that represents a significant building block in my own life, both in my business life and also my non-business life. I understand we have several hundred people up in the cloud somewhere, so let's wave to them from all over the world. I'm looking out at this diverse gathering of energetic, young, hungry people right in front of me over here. Makes me feel every single year of my considerable age. But I'm happy that at least I get to interact with you. I get to increase the average age in the room today. But more importantly, it reminds me of the transformative power of education and the countless opportunities that education offers. I'm also very aware that only a small percentage of people in our communities today have access to the transformative power of education. Therefore, it brings into very sharp focus the great and important work that is being done by the BYU Management Society, not just locally, but globally. Let's give them a round of applause. A few decades ago, far more than I can care to remember, I walked the halls of the Tanner Building at BYU in Provo, Utah. And I think my colleagues on the stage here will know what I mean when I say the Tanner Building. That's where the BYU, I want to call it not just the MBA, but most of their business courses are domiciled. And if you graduated from accounting, if you graduated from finance, if you did an MBA in BYU, you would definitely have spent endless hours in the Tanner Building, and I did that too. Today, I stand before you with many shades of career achievements, thanks largely to the transformative power of education. I have the privilege, as you heard when I was being introduced, of being chairman of Enterprise. Some of you may know Enterprise. We do insurance, we do pensions, we do properties, we do health insurance. But lately, they kicked me upstairs. Well, yeah, they kicked me upstairs. Thank you. So lately, they kicked me upstairs from being the chief executive of that company to being the chairman of the company. And I'm very happy to have handed over to a very nice group of people who will carry on my work. Some of you may also have heard, or you may know, that I'm a co-founder of DataBank, which is one of our premier investment banking institutions in Ghana. I'm also doing a bit of national service work at ECG, where I chair the board, trying to keep power and your lights on. So next time your lights go off, you know who to look at. Among other things, including youth leadership, mentorship programs, and particularly I get excited when I have opportunities like this to talk to up and coming, in fact, not up and coming, but to leaders, because I believe that leadership it's not linked to chronology, it's not linked to how old you are. Leadership starts at a very early age, particularly when there's a sense of awareness. So you heard all the glowing things about what I'm trying to do. Seth was very kind to say those words, those kind words. But my journey so far in life has not always been filled with successes. And whenever I get the chance, I like to share some of the spectacular setbacks that I have actually experienced, and maybe will continue to experience, because life is not static. So today I will dare to share some of my experiences, the good, the bad, and sometimes the downright ugly, which have created moments of profound growth for me, and through it all, I owe a great debt of gratitude to the education and the values instilled in me during my time at Brigham Young University. I believe that BYU has always been more than just a place for academic learning. It was, at least for me, a great nurturing ground for character development, resilience, and a sense of community. The principles I learned there at BYU have become a critical part of the foundation upon which I have built my professional life, and indeed upon which I've built my own personal values. In order for it to make sense to you, I'm going to walk you through a profile. My journey, my academic journey, gives you the background for which I will attempt to share some of the nuggets that I've learned through my life journey. So I started boarding school at Achimota Primary School at the age of 6. I don't know how many of you have been to boarding school or would have been going to boarding school at the age of 6. Raise your hands, let me see. At the age of 6. That's what I'm talking about. Not a single hand in the house. So there I was at the age of 6 going to boarding school away from obviously my parents. In those days, after 6 years, you took an exam called Common Entrance. I imagine most of you would not have heard of that before, but that was what was happening in those days. So I took the Common Entrance exam at the age of 12. And fortunately for me, I did fairly well, which then meant I was able to access a scholarship to go to the bigger school, which is Achimota Secondary School. And I attended the secondary school. I entered the secondary school on a very high note, obviously, because I had done well at Common Entrance. I got my scholarship. But guess what I did? I proceeded to enjoy myself so much in Achimota Secondary School, had such fun, that by the time I was taking what was called the O-levels, which I think you guys would have heard of O-levels at least by now. By the time I took my O-levels after 5 years of being at Achimota Secondary School, all I could manage was a grade 2. Now, remember that when I was in the primary school coming to secondary school, I did so well, I got a scholarship, right? I went to the secondary school, I played around so much, I was having such great fun. When I took my O-levels, I could only manage a grade 2. A grade 2 was not good enough to get me into 6th form in effectively the good schools. So that was a major setback, probably one of my most obvious personal setbacks, because what it really meant was I wasn't going to attain the level of education, the quality of education that I myself wanted. So I took a step back and agreed with my father that I should retake the O-levels, which in my house was like unheard of. The house from which I come, like the Gajeku household. Like, what are you talking about? You went to Achimota and you almost failed, and now you have to come and take O-levels again. Are you serious, this boy? But my dad was graceful, and he allowed me. And I went to a school called New Jabin Secondary School. It's in Koforidua. How many people have heard of New Jabin? By hand. Oh, I love that. I love that. Great school. Great school. I spent a year there just to resit my O-levels. And it was a humbling experience. I learned many life things in addition to the academic work. I was able to take the O-levels again, and this time I did well enough to go to Presec Legon. Show by hands how many Odadie, old school, only one or two. So New Jabbing has trumped you. Fantastic. At Presec, I did the A-levels. Didn't do too badly, but not well enough to enter Legon and do my undergrad in BSc admin, which is typically what you would want to do if you want to do business. If you want to study business, you start the undergrad level is your BSc. And I was hoping to go and do accounting there, but when I did my A-levels, again, I didn't do quite as well. And so I could only apply to do a diploma in accounting, which is what I did. And I entered Legon, started the diploma in accounting. Of course, my classmates were doing degree. They had done well. But in those days, and this, I'm talking about the early 1980s, there was a bit of disruption in our political and social space. So the universities, the public universities, and in those days were only public universities anyway, but the universities were closed by the government. This was in 1980 on the back of the 1979 coup. Now, how many of you remember the June 4th coup d'etat in Ghana? Show by hand. It's amazing. It's amazing. So Ghana went through a period of incredible coup d'etats that disrupted a lot of our social and economic order. And I'm amazed that the whole hall didn't raise their hands, that they know that June 4th is a marked time in our history where yet another coup happened. And through that process, they shut down the universities. For some, that was really unfortunate. But for me, it turned out to be a bit of a blessing in disguise because the universities were closed, it compelled my father to look for educational opportunities for me outside. And I was lucky enough to gain admission to Brigham Young University. And it is for that reason that I stand before you today as part of the BYU Management Society alumni. So now, from what I've told you so far, I hope I haven't built a picture of a person who is like, I think these days they call it a shark, like someone who is very sharp and very brainy. Well, the truth of my journey, the truth of my life is that I'm not dumb. I'm not trying to tell you I'm dumb, but I am not and have never been that A student that people call shark. I'm an average guy, average. I get my, sometimes if I work hard, I'll squeeze in an A. Most times, I'll manage between B and C. And that's the truth. I want to share with you the reality of my life. So by the time I did my 4 years at BYU and graduated, fortunately, I think at BYU, I didn't have a lot of distraction. So I calmed down and I put my head down and I put in significant effort. But even then, by the time I was graduating BYU, I graduated with a 2.8 GPA. Okay, now the GPA system is known to you guys, and you know that 4.0 is where the game is, right? How many people are aiming for 4.0? Let me see by show of hands. How many people know by all means, as for 3.0, they will get some raise. Aha. So you see, most of you know that you can crack 3.0. I'm saying humbly in front of you that I couldn't even manage that one. I got 2.8 on graduation, but I got my degree. It's not shabby. And I got a job. I got lucky. I got a job. And this is another thing about life. My first job out of BYU was an absolute godsend. Was a blessing. And if you haven't experienced it yet, you will experience it during your journey in life. It's not just your competence. It's not just your brains. sometimes the good Lord will throw something your way. Some people call it luck. Some people call it blessings. I tend to recognize it as blessing. So during a chance meeting on campus at BYU, this is like just about when you are getting ready to graduate. So the fourth year, you start prospecting, looking for jobs, and they organize job fairs. So I went to one of those, and I happened to be talking to a gentleman, and one thing led to another. Next thing I knew, this gentleman opened the doors for me, and I got a job working with a company called Pitt Marwick. Pitt Marwick in those days was one of what you call the big 6 global accounting firms. Today, that same Pitt Marwick is called KPMG. I'm sure some of you have heard of KPMG, the same way you would have heard of PwC or Pricewaterhouse or Deloitte. Well, I was lucky, and just by merely chatting with this gentleman, I didn't know who he was. He didn't know me, but he was kind enough to open the door, allow me to interview for a job. And next thing I knew, I was working in one of the most enviable jobs when you get out of school with accounting, which is at Pitt Marwick in their Washington, D.C. office. Not long after that, I was also able to get my certification as a certified public accountant. I say all that to give you a mixed bag of who I am. Then I'll go on to what I think I've learned and what I would like to share with you. I have to also say that about a year and a half after I graduated, no more than 2 years, and this is after working with Pitt Marwick, somehow I caught a bug and I wanted to come back home. I had tried accounting, this accounting that I had fought so hard for. If you remember, when I couldn't get into the degree program, I did my diploma in accounting. I was trying to do my diploma in accounting. When they closed the universities, I went to BYU. I went and pursued accounting. I got the degree. I got my job. When I got the job, I stayed in that job for no more than a year and a half because Ghana was calling me. I just happened to have been enticed by the opportunity in Ghana, and I took it. And I came back home, and together with some friends, we co-founded DataBank. So DataBank, by the time we were starting DataBank, I had been working for less than 2 years in the US. I say that, I emphasize that so you process the fact that those of you who are going to school right now, I'm sure you are hoping after you graduate to get jobs. I wish you the best and I hope you get those jobs. But I also want you to know that there are circumstances in which you might be the one creating jobs for others. And that's what I did. Year and a half, 2 years out of university, no one can tell me you have enough experience to dare to come and open up a firm like DataBank. But that's what we did. And we were young. You might even call it foolish, but we did that. After several years of different entrepreneurial activities in Ghana, the center of it being DataBank, I took some time off again. This is about maybe 15 years. So DataBank was opened in about 1990. So it's over 30 years old now. So about 15 years ago, halfway through, let's call it, my DataBank journey, I took some time off. And that's when I went and did my master's at the Harvard Kennedy School. It was another way of learning a bit more and also energizing myself. And it worked out. So as young individuals, most of you are, some of you have just come out of school, some of you are going to be coming out of school quite soon, in a few years. You might be asking yourself, what does the future hold? What are the challenges that await us on this unpredictable journey. How can we make an impact in a world that often feels so overwhelming? Unfortunately for us all, clairvoyance is not one of my strongest suits. So I can't answer those questions. I'm asking those questions, but I can't give you the answers to those questions. Especially, I can't give you specific answers for each and every one of you. What I can do for you, though, is to share with you some lessons that I have learned on my own path, hoping that some of them, if not all, will resonate with you as you embark on your own life journey. Now, remember that the theme for this conference is lift and lead. Lesson number 1, embrace diversity. Embrace diversity. Today, we have the privilege of gathering here, representing multiple cultures. If you look around you, just even right next to you is someone sitting by you who is coming from somewhere you don't even know, whether it's a different ethnicity, it's a different gender. So embrace diversity, for it is through our differences that we find strength and we also find wisdom. Learn from one another. Always challenge your assumptions and seek to understand perspectives that differ from your own. In other words, don't stay in your corner, believing only in what you know. Allow yourself to take on board other people's learnings. Be open. People who are different from you should not be a threat to you. Be open to learn. Number 2, be tenacious. Let me tell you now that if you have never failed at anything in life, chances are you are falling short in some aspect of your life. If you've never fallen or failed before, you are failing yourself. There's nothing sweeter than failing. Not all the time. Not all the time. I'm not saying go out and fail all the time. But don't be afraid to fail. The biggest holdback that we all have is fear. When you fear, sometimes you freeze. And when you freeze, you don't act. And if you don't act, it's not going to happen. So be tenacious. At some point, you will fail. You will suck at something. Don't let failure faze you. Tenacity and lessons learned is what helps us pull through life's biggest challenges. It's one thing falling, it's another thing learning what caused you to fall. What is the use if after you fall, you are not able to learn how not to fall again? Then all you've done for yourself is pain. You fell, it pained you, maybe you broke an arm. Well, you have to learn. Maybe next time, let me be careful. There was oil there, I didn't see it. Next time, let me not run across a floor that is slippery. I will fall. Whenever you run into a difficulty, there is a lesson or there are lessons that you can learn. The important thing about falling is you must learn when you fall. You must learn the lesson, whatever cost it. Lately, when we talk about challenges, the easiest reference, the biggest, most recent challenge we've all had is the COVID pandemic. And it's become the poster child for excuses for not being able to achieve things. May I respectfully inform you that all of us, including myself, we are hereby barred from using COVID-19 as an explanation or an excuse for anything that you should have done or could have done. It's over. I beg you, please. Not because COVID itself as an illness is over, because we all know we have to take care and still be careful because it's still around. But the world has found many ways of overcoming the negative aspects of COVID, and we've all learned to live with it. So I beg you, please, drop the excuses and get with the program, and let's get on with our lives. Another thing to remember is lead with integrity. Lead with integrity. We live in a world, a complicated world, quite perilous. Oftentimes we are tempted to take shortcuts and sometimes even to do unethical things. Hold fast to your moral compass. Integrity is not only a reflection of who you are, but it's also a guiding principle that will lead you to make decisions that will stand the test of time. Integrity is critical if you want to lead people. If you are going to be a leader, be it positional leadership or relational leadership, you need integrity. Another one, treat time with respect. And this one, I'm talking to everybody over here, to you too. You have to treat time with respect. You see, when you are young, it's easy to procrastinate and leave things for later. But I want to tell you, think of time as that precious thing of value, which none of us has yet discovered how to create. Show me by raising your hand who knows how to create time. Show me. Who can manufacture time for us? Nobody. Time is precious because once the whistle blows, once you are blessed with the breath of life and the whistle, from that moment onwards, whatever movement you do in time, you can't go back and take it. Neither can you create time itself. From the day you are born, the clock is ticking, and as time goes, it's gone. It doesn't come back again. So one day, you are looking fresh, handsome, and youthful, like most of you in this room. Not like me. Some of us, 60 years, it's okay. We have gone far. But you guys, handsome, strong, your muscle. But the next time you look in the mirror, like I looked when I was getting dressed to come today, you will swear that those gray hairs and the wrinkles that you see on your face are not for you. So respect time. Manage the time spent that you spend on social media. Now, I'm a great respecter of information and the tools, current tools we all have. But I'm also an observer of phenomena. And even though I'm not very present in social media, I have noticed that a lot of you young ones have cottoned on to it. It's an environment that can foster, that you can learn from, but it's also an environment, as with many other things in life, that you must manage how you engage with it, so you get the best out of it without getting trapped by the downsides of social media. But more particularly for me, what I will urge you, make time and spend time with your allies, with family, with people you love, people who love you. Spend time with your allies. Embrace the moments and make the best of every second that you find in those environments, nurturing environments. And particularly, embrace your second chances in life. You remember when I was trying to give you a sense of my academic journey, I've had a couple of second chances in life. They are not guaranteed, but when they do come, my brother and my sister, please grab those things and go run with it. You remember I said I went to New Jobbing because when I was at Achimota, I had so much fun. I was playing around, and when the results came, I hadn't done well enough to go to a good sixth form. So I went to New Jobbing and I retook my O-levels. My father, bless his heart and his dearly departed soul, remembers, this is how he remembers what happened at New Jobbing. He remembers that I got a distinction, which is like, I don't know what it's called these days, the exams that you guys take, but it's all A's. That's how my father remembers my results when I did my O-level the second time. The truth of the matter is that I didn't get a distinction, but I did so well, so much better than the first time. So far as he was concerned, his son had a distinction. Up till the day he passed, he always said, oh, but you got a distinction in O-level. Me, I knew it wasn't a distinction. But so your second chances, don't play. You are lucky enough that they came around. Grab them and run with it. Another thing, never stop learning. Learning, there's a structure in the schools and educational systems that you will learn from. Thank God for that. That's structured. But you don't only learn in classrooms. Don't limit yourself to just the formal learning that we do in classrooms. Continuously seek knowledge, expand your horizons, and stay open to learn from different sources. You never know where that nugget is going to come from. Sometimes just by patiently sitting and listening, something drops in your ear. I have encountered people who have told me, oh, Mr. Kajipo, you remember you came and you gave us a talk or you said something. Oh, and because of that, I did this, I did that. There was a gentleman. He sat beside me one day. He said he had come to a seminar that I was a part of, teaching people about finance leases, which in those days in Ghana was not known. So we would hold seminars just propagating. It was part of the work we did at DataBuy. This gentleman came. He said he worked for, I think, BP, British Petroleum. He was their treasurer at the time. He said he came to that seminar, and based on what he heard, he actually resigned from his job at BP and opened a company. And he told me he was doing extremely very well. The only thing is he didn't give me my share of the... But never stop learning. Never. And another thing, and maybe my most favorite is always find a way to give back to your community. It's not always difficult and it's not always complicated. In fact, it's always easy to give back. And I can certainly tell you that it's probably the most rewarding aspect of my life to be able to give back. And when I say give back, it doesn't have to be big and then you are carrying a cow on your back and then you cut the meat and share to everyone in the village. Give back. Giving back just means a consciousness. When you are in an environment, remember that there are those who are a bit less fortunate than you are. Jesus Christ said, the poor you will always have with you. So even back in the day, even with him, who could, by the wave of a wand, change things, you acknowledge that the poor you shall always have with you. So always give back. I believe Each one of you will achieve great success and reach new heights in your lives. As you do so, remember to lift others along the way. What you spend your money on is as important, if not more important, than how you make your money. How you make what you spend, because you guys, I don't doubt you're going to be successful. You are already ahead of the pack. You're head of BYU Management Society. You are being mentored. You are taking classes. You are ahead of the pack in many, many ways. So you'll be successful. You will be financially successful. You will have a lot of financial wealth. You will have material wealth. But I'm also telling you that how and what you spend your money and your blessings on is far more important than even how you made the money or how much you made. I truly believe that the more financial and material resources that you are blessed with, the bigger your responsibility of spending it wisely, especially spending it to the glory of God. And that's my personal testimony. You are in a safe place if you can align how you spend your money to the glory of God. Because after all, that's where the blessing comes from. So create opportunities for those who are less fortunate. Support initiatives that make the world a better place. And be a beacon of hope for those who are in need or in need for change. Give them hope. Give them courage. If you are going to be honest, even the most self-made people amongst us will admit to having benefited from the benevolence of others. I've shared with you today, my biggest break when I finished school was not my wonderful brains in my head. It was a gentleman who I walked by, didn't know me from Adam. I didn't know him. Within 5-10 minutes of conversation, he opened the door and I found myself sitting at a job that would be coveted by many, many people. What I should also add is that in 1988, America, and certainly BYU, that setting I'm talking about, that gentleman could have extended that opportunity to anybody he was more affiliated with. In those days, I'm sure I was the only Black person in that room. I'm almost certain I was. But somehow he chose to bless me. So, call it favor. Some call it favor. Some call it luck. Some call it destiny. I call it blessing. But we all have a responsibility to pass it on to somebody. In the US, they frame it as paying it forward. Take opportunity to be useful to someone next to you. Oftentimes, it's not a big deal. Sometimes it's as simple as holding the door open for someone who is using, maybe can't walk, is using clutches. Always be prepared to pay it forward. It's so gladdening to the heart. In conclusion, my dear younger brothers and sisters, I would like to encourage you to say to you, embrace your past, but be very present in the moment. And fearlessly step into the future, knowing that you've got what it takes. You are preparing yourselves. I've seen some of you are taking notes. I've seen your bright eyes. I see myself in so many of you. So fearlessly step into the future. The foundation laid by your interaction with the BYU Management Society, in combination with your own unique experiences and talents God-given talents and gifts that you have will propel you forward in life. Stay true to yourselves. Dream big. Dare to dream big. And seize every opportunity to make a positive difference in whatever community that you find yourselves, be it local or global. May your life journey be filled with purpose, be filled with joy, and also be filled with true fulfillment. I want to say thank you for listening. I hope you can digest and relate to some of these things. And I want to say God bless you and God bless us all. Thank you very much for your ears. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly. That was very inspirational. We will take few questions. If you have any questions for Kelly, we will, because we will take about few more, like 4 or 5 questions. And then feel free to ask, because I have my first question. Kelly, my question is, you spoke about integrity. How do you manage integrity in business, especially in this part of our world?
So the man starts with the most difficult question. As they say, no, who's on. It starts with your value system. You heard me talk about the value system. Most of us grow up in communities that give us sufficient enough values. But along the way, depending on your life journey, you could be challenged. I'll share an example of something that we had to deal with at DataBank and the way we dealt with it. And then maybe we can learn certain lessons. So when we set up DataBank, one of the most lucrative ways that we could make money was given what we call advisory. Corporate advisory, government advisory, but advisory work. And in particular in Ghana, the big advisory mandates, as they are called, come from government. Government will pay a lot of money for you to do ABC, consultancies. Think of it as consultancies, but in the financial world, we tend to call them advisories. And you can really make some quite good money. And it's not bad money. You haven't done, it's not illegal money. It's a lot of brain work, a lot of hours, a lot of knowledge. You are creating value for somebody, and the person can see that you're going to create value, so they will pay you quite well. Now, the difficulty that we ran into at DataBank was that how to get that mandate. So very soon there's competition. Some people might slip something under the table just to be able to get that mandate. When you have done, as you are doing the mandate, people are looking at you because it is somebody who is going to sign that check that pays you a lot of money. You think he's going to sit in his office and watch you walk away with that big check and you will leave coins, you will leave some coins for him? And in leaving the coins is where you begin to compromise. In leaving the coins, whether it's at the start or before you get the assignment, in leaving the coins so that he will look the other way because maybe you haven't even finished the assignment or you haven't done it as well as you can, and so on and so forth. So we kept running into those kinds of situations. And then one day, my partner and I must, for transparency's sake, and also maybe to get him into trouble, my partner at DataBank was none other than your Minister of Finance, Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta. So we decided we will no longer do government advisories because it was getting too difficult. All along the way, whether you are giving somebody this under the table. So we said, you know what? We won't do, so we stopped doing government advisory work. And then we focus more on investment or wealth management for individuals. It is out of that came our mutual funds. Some of you might have heard of EPAC, M-Fund, ACT-Fund, and the like. So we left behind that aspect at the time of seeking government mandates because it was full of integrity and ethical difficulties. We went back to it after our legs were much stronger, we were more mature, and you only take what you can handle. So if it looks too complicated, we back away from it. If it's simple, straightforward, we'll do it. But the lesson that I want you to take from this is that if you are going to be morally upright, what was the question? It was an integrity question. It comes at a price, and you must be willing to pay that price. Otherwise, all you're doing is pricing yourself to the highest bidder. In other words, you are buyable to the highest bidder. You must hold on to your values. We must be honest to say and recognize that indeed there's consequences for being morally upright. There's a price to pay. The price does not have to be debilitating, and I can assure you that if you don't pay the price upfront early, you will pay a much bigger price down the line that you'll be sorry you had to pay. So yes, it's not a pleasant, easy thing to do. So I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm saying it's better to pay the price upfront so that your legs can grow strong, so that as you journey through life, when you are challenged again like that, at least you have strong enough legs to power through. So in the case of DataBank and Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta, I'm sure we can agree that we have a person who has and continues to stand strong when it comes to integrity. And that's because he sowed the seed earlier in life and journeyed that way into his own life. And today is your Minister of Finance in charge of the country's coffers. Can you imagine if he was not properly ready for that job? He'll be all over the place, taking here and there. So we thank God, and I urge you that as you progress in life, always challenge yourself to stick to your values and learn early to walk away from unethical things that challenge your integrity. Thank you.
Yeah, do we have a roaming mic? Do you have a question? Yes. Victory. Okay.
All right, my name is Victor. I'm an accounting undergraduate. I greatly admire your journey and also your successes. You spoke passionately about embracing second chances. And in the society and environment where we are filled with lots of information, sugar-coated content, and ways that we feel might help us get to where we want to be. Like maybe like me studying accounting, I might be surrounded by information about let's say other industries. So what are the factors that can help me maintain my focus or help me remain steadfast whilst I pursue my career in accounting?
Okay. Yes. Another question, so he takes two of them. Yes, from the back. Come forward, yes, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Albert Dasopo. And I like the fact that he said we should always find a way to give back to the community. Okay, so my question is, in this our system, sometimes even searching for mentorship or something, you have to get what he said first about creating connection. That's protocol. Okay, so I also want to ask that if today he can be our protocol, we can get his information or details so that we can get seek advice from him directly, or sometimes seek opportunity for him when we want to get some responsibilities or try to do something where we would need him. That's my question.
Okay. Yes, the third question.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. Sir, when you were speaking, coming back to set up data bank with your friends, I knew you had a skill to provide that service, but how did your marketing, the asset that you started with, or your startup, how did you go about that? I'll be glad to hear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are very interesting questions. So for the gentleman with so many things being thrown at you and you wonder, I want to be an accountant, but when I look around me, this other man who is a contractor, it looks like he too. One of the things that I encountered, and I think I've come to believe, is that you do best when you follow your passion. You do best. Now, there are many ways in which you can encourage yourself or direct yourself to do any number of things. But the one that I have found works best for me, and I've observed it works for others, is when you follow your passion. What happens there is that even what people see as hard work, it's not hard work when you are enjoying what you are doing. So I will start from there. We all have different gifts and different talents and capacities. There are people who can juggle 3 balls in the air and the ball won't fall. If you're anything like me, even trying to do 2, if you're not careful. And there are even people who just 1 ball, somehow you'll drop the ball. So I don't like to be too prescriptive, as if there's one size fits all for all of us. But I know that if you follow your passion, your interest, and it's not just interest, it goes, passion is interest on steroids. In other words, you are doing the thing, you are enjoying it so much, somebody will knock on the door and say, hey, Master, do you know it's 9 o'clock? You yourself, you didn't even realize. That's what passion does. It makes it such that you spend time, effort, and energy on things you enjoy, but because you're enjoying it, and then over time or almost immediately, it will result in certain outcomes. Sometimes, a lot of times, that outcome is money. We are talking of career, aren't we? So we're not talking about just passion for passion's sake, go and play kickball around every day, but you are not making sure when they are hiring or recruiting the football players, your name is inside. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if it's football you like and you have the passion for it, then you put your energy into it in a way that you can monetize the football. So I'm not talking about just go and giving back. You call it what? Protocol. I think what you want, what you are talking about is the age-old phenomena of networking. We have encountered each other ourselves today. I'm looking at a room of a couple of hundred people. There are people in the cloud who can hear me. You've heard my story. I haven't had the opportunity to hear your individual stories the way I've told my individual story. But today, you are part of my network. If I go back home today and I need to reference to something that occurred here or someone that I met here, automatically you are now part of my network, just as I hope I'm part of your network. If I sit in my office and one day I get a letter saying, Mr. Kajepo, you don't know me personally, but you came and shared your life journey with me 3 years ago at the BYU Management Society conference. Immediately, you have, it's like you have turned on a switch in the room. I'll pay attention. I'll pay more attention to that letter than Mr. Kajepo. Dear Mr. Kajepo, you don't know me. I don't know you. I live in Hohoe. Do you see what I mean? So the protocol you're referring to is network. And I'm saying, yeah, from today onwards, we are all part of the same network. And I look forward to hearing from any of you who cares to be in touch with me, knowing very well and full well that I will obviously respond one way or the other. And we take it from there. How did we set up Data Bank? And even though I'm actually, that's a very good question. So I was working, like I told you, as an accountant in Washington, D.C., when my friend, your Honorable Minister of Finance, who at the time also lived in the US and was working. He lived in New York. I lived in Washington, D.C. He had decided that he was going to come back home and practice the skill of investment banking, which is what he had learned in New York on Wall Street. Being a friend of mine, he shared his ideas with me. And he said, but come and let's go and do this thing. And I said to him, you know, not a problem. I don't know of any successful company that does not need an accountant. So even though I'm not an investment banker as you are, you need an accountant. So let's go. That was the long and the short of my decision-making to join the Data Bank project. So I joined as an accountant. He had investment banking skills. We had another partner who also had accounting skills and also investment banking skills. And that's how we started the journey. We started small. We didn't start with a bang. We started, the three of us, and the person who you bring in as an analyst. Of course, you are paying the analyst. You are not paying yourself yet because you haven't started making the money, but you're making sure that you pay your employees. So, and on and on and on. Over time, when your legs are a bit stronger, then you can bring on more people to help you. So I think today, if I'm not mistaken, Data Bank may have over 200 or so people. I may be wrong, it may be more. But when I was, by the time we got to about 50 people, I remember Honorable Ken and I used to say, oh, it's time to leave this in the hands of competent people, because 50 people, we've never managed 50 people before. And today it's over 200. Enterprise, where I just left the executive role, is over 800 with about 2,000 agents. ECG has over 6,500.
So you start small, you don't have all the full complement, but over time you build your team. So that's how we've done it. You build your team. Thanks.
Okay, thank you all for those questions. We won't take much because our time is fast spent. I would call on Jonathan. But before Jonathan comes, we have our breakout section. There will be instructions on where the breakout section are. We have 2 breakout sections happening here and the overflow. So you just pick which breakout section you will have, but you can rotate. What will happen in this section may happen again in another section. If you mix this, you can still have a chance of having another section. So I will call on Jonathan to talk a little bit about the CIS program.
Very quickly, because we know time is short. I'm here under 2 hats. One is the VP over International for the Management Society, which is wonderful to be here. But I'm also here with a special program that ties into what Kelly said. Some of you may have heard of the Carden International Sponsorship Program. Others may not. But it is a sponsorship program that has money to help you come to BYU for a graduate degree in the management school in business. So under an MBA, MPA, a Master's of Accountancy, or a Master's of Information Systems. Now, this is special money. It's an amount that you can bring your family. It's for men, women, single, married, with kids, without kids. The money is based upon the size of your family and what you need, but it covers tuition, books, utilities, rent, some of the basics to be able to live and go to school at BYU, but it carries something very special with it. A promise from you that if we help you get this degree, that you will return to the region to give back, as Kelly has said. And with that money carries a 0% interest and forgiveness of most of the money, most of the loan. So I'm just going to leave it there. If you are interested now or in the future, maybe you're still in your bachelor's degree and would like to do a master's degree 3 years from now, we still want to talk to you. If you're ready to do it now, I want to talk to you. During the breakout sessions, I will be down in the High Council room holding information sessions about this. If you'd like help with money to come to BYU and help getting it admitted to BYU, and if you're interested in returning to the region or to Ghana or to Africa or outside of the US to help build the kingdom, build the community, and give back, then come talk to me today. Come to one of the information sessions. It's been 22 years since I was here. Who knows how long it'll be until I come back again. So come see me today. Thank you.
Okay, just some housekeeping. The restroom, we have about 3 restrooms in this building. There's one just on the left side. There is another one when you descend straight on the right. And there is also one that goes straight in the corridor, you turn left. So now, let me just show you where the rooms are. Here in the chapel, I will be presenting a breakout section here. And that is the first round. And then the overflow, Augustine will be in the overflow. And then Jay Hardwood will be in the mid room downstairs. And then we also have David Roper is also down. Then Eric Wood will be down. So what is going to happen? We have the ushers, they will be directing you to those rooms. Just make sure that we move smoothly. And then we will be back here. Lunch is at 1 p.m., 1 to 1:45 p.m. And lunch will be shared. You just pick your lunch and have that. And then we should be back in this room by latest by 2 p.m. to start our, we have an interview section and then a panel discussion. And that will be so exciting. You see, Kelly just started the most exciting part and we're going to continue that. So thank you so much. We will see after the breakout.
So does the breakout start at 11:35 then?
Yes, it should have been at 11. Yeah. 30 minutes. Yeah. Okay.
We have a lot in common. Not only did I graduate from BYU, but I also started at Eatmar. So there are snacks and drinks outside as well. And please follow Matt Richards for those. And go downstairs as well. This is where you can really move around and mix and mingle. So don't just stay put. There's the overflow in the back. There's the chapel still. There's 3 classes downstairs. Make good movement on it all. Well done. We'll adjust. We'll get there.
Hello, 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 hello.
Yeah. That's something you got. Yeah. All right, we'll see you around. All right. Wait.
Yeah, we like your brother.
It's a lot to stick
Work much.
Yeah, how are you? Just go and be there. I will be here. Whoever can, have my here. See you.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Please, can we get settled?
Hello? 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 Hello.
The Tabernacle Choir at Temple Square welcomes you to Piping Up, Tabernacle Organists in Concert. Tonight's concert on the historic Tabernacle organ is a kickoff event for a new series of online organ concerts by Tabernacle organists Richard Elliott, Andrew Unsworth, Brian Matthias, Linda Margetts, and
Please,
Joseph
we are waiting
Peoples.
for Mr. Seth. He's currently downstairs with having an interview. So we want you to be patient a little bit. He will come back and hold the session, please. Okay, thank you.
This new series, called Piping Up, Organ Concerts at Temple Square, will be streamed every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at noon Mountain Time. Piping Up renews the more than a century-old tradition of noon organ recitals at Temple Square, a tradition that has recently been on hiatus due to current pandemic precautions. The new streaming series and tonight's concert event have been produced without an audience and comply with all COVID-19 guidelines. We hope you enjoy this evening's Piping Up concert with selections by all 5 Tabernacle and Temple Square organists. First up, a performance by our newest organist, Joseph Peoples. We have just heard Joseph Peoples play the fanfare from École d'Orgue by the Belgian composer and organist Jacques-Nicolas Lemmens. A pioneer of the modern French organ school, Lemmens taught at the Brussels Conservatoire, where his students included such organ luminaries as Alexandre Guillemot and Charles-Marie Widor. Next, we will hear Brian Matthias play the Little Fugue
Hi.
by Johann Sebastian Bach. This work was
I was
most likely
sorry for you
composed while
guys
Bach
waiting.
was organist at the New
I've been
Church
everywhere.
in
Nothing get my slide up. So let me see here. Those who are doing accounting. Have an accountant, accounting, IT. Okay, IT, I will talk to that. Yes, business management. Obia, education. Hey, yeah, okay, good. Please play, show screen. Go back. Yes, can you play the video? Can you see the? Go back. I don't know. Just send it. Go to next. Yes, just go to that. It's fine. Okay. Good. Our topic today is how to build professional and leadership skills in early career. I know you hear a lot from Kelly today, and it is important that you build those professional careers. So just a little bit. Okay, so just personal, that is my family. I have a very young family. That's my wife and my two kids. I love this. These are the crew, right? They get me busy. Yes, next. Okay, that is just my background. You don't need to know more. You can talk about that. Let's move. Great. I just want to show you my career progression for you to understand how this works. Now, I have 12 years in education and IT and insurance. I started as an IT professional, doing some dunking job, you know. The IT guys, your first thing to do is system admin. You do all the dirty work. And then I did that 12 years. And then I went to BYU. I did the master's in public administration, emphasis in social innovation. And then I wasn't still happy with that. And then went back to the University of Utah and did information systems, focusing mainly on cybersecurity and how it affects businesses. So and then progress for the past another 3 years in international development. In international development, I work as a program manager. So I did a lot of work for the USDA, that is the United States Department of Agriculture. We're deploying emerging technology, using drone and satellites to map the cashew plantation and be able to predict yields in cashew and see what are the gaps. So it was fun. I have an opportunity to live in a French country, and still my French is not still good. Okay, then 4 years, I've done IT consulting. I've started my own business. I still do consulting. I do a lot of IT and a lot of project management. My current job as a consultant for Fairtrade International, I'm the global project manager for digital solutions for 4 continents. So Africa, Latin America and Caribbean, Asia Pacific, and Europe. So basically, I just want to show you how I progress. And then there's one thing that I really love doing is teaching kids. If you get around, you see some robotics. That's my company. So we've been training kids how to program, how to code. So last year, we took 2 elementary school students to the States to compete in VEX Robotics. This year, we took 22 students across different schools across Ghana. And then we're also currently developing a curriculum for University of Cape Coast, a STEM, integrated STEM, and what we call community STEM. So teachers can go out there and be able to teach the kids to get excited about programming. I love programming, so I don't see why kids shouldn't be doing that. So I just wanted to let you know, my HND, how do you call it? HND, right? At the HND Accra Polytechnic, at the civil engineering, but along the way, I taught myself a lot of things, especially in IT, and I found out that I can't be a good civil engineer. Not that I cannot be, but I don't think I can stay outside a long time. So, and then I switched. I went to do a top up at UCC. I did management computer studies, but still did a lot of certification. So I'm a certification geek. I do a lot of that. So that helped me in my career. And then that would in program planning and all of that. So I'm still learning. Someone said I should go back to do PhD. Okay. Champion, can you? Yes, I need 3 volunteers to answer those questions. What is your dream job 10 years from now? And then 3 first-year university or pathway student or YSA volunteer to answer the same questions and then a follow-up question. Now, 10 years from now, I'll tell you, I started my first job, I think was on the first slide. My first job I ever had was teaching. So I love talking. I taught kids in JHS. Those days it was ICT. I don't know if they still teach that. And it was my favorite time. And they challenged me to learn. So I want you to, someone that's volunteer in this group, to tell me 10 years from now, what is your dream job? Me. 10 years from now. Pass it on. Yeah.
Project management consultant.
You'll be my friend. Have you got PNI? Are you PNI certified yet? If you are not, you have to start doing that. Yes.
Want to be a cybersecurity analyst.
Wow, that is a big name. Have you heard of CISA? Do you know about CISA? CISM, Serious, CISSP. So you need to start looking for that. Yes, another, we need one person, a female. Yes, my sister, 10 years from now. I know her.
Okay, I want to be a CEO of my own company.
Wonderful. That is my dream. When I grow up, I'll be like you. Okay, now I will tell you, I wanted to be a civil engineer. Do you know why? Man, when I see all the bridges and the design, I wanted to be that civil engineer. So in my structure class, I was one of the best guys. I would do a lot of structural designs, etc. But then I went to do an internship. At that time, it was Ariba. It's not MTN. So we went on the site. We're building this max, you know. And man, the sun was scorching. And you know, as an intern, you do all that. They'll tell you, go take the mortar, go do this, do the measurement, and the guys are gone. I did that for 1 month. And I thought, are you sure I want to do this? Then I graduated all right. Then I got a job in an insurance company, and they asked me to be doing evaluation. Go to the site, and then what happens? You come back, and still you have to import it in computers. Then I said, why am I going to bring all this information for someone to input it? I want to be doing that myself, right? So I started studying, learning about computers, and then change and go and do it. Yeah, so 10 years from now, we all have a dream to have a great job. Some want to be cybersecurity, but I'll tell you. Okay. Oh, okay. You see, the French people, when you say one thing is 2,000 in English, it's just 5,000 in French. So I have to be slower. Okay. So, next, what is your dream job title upon graduation, and with what company do you want to work for? Yes. Someone says cybersecurity. So, yes, I'll go back to my cyber friend. So, which company do you want to work with as a cyber?
I actually do not want to work for a company. I want to be able to set up my own cybersecurity consulting agency to work for different companies.
Okay, how are you going to do that? So what title would you have? A consultant. Okay, good. Yes. It seems no one is talking here. Okay. 10 years from now, what will you do?
Okay, so 10 years from now, I want to be an audiologist.
Okay, what do they do?
We are into assessing people's ears.
Yes.
Yes, people with
So
hearing
if
difficulties.
you have ears, you can hear.
If you have hearing difficulty, we can assess you, give you the necessary treatment and management.
So what would be your title?
Audiology.
Audiologist. Audiology. Okay. Yes. So, and which company will you want to work for?
Yes, Kolebu, and then with time,
Wonderful. With time, she have her own hospital. I will come. I hope I won't have hearing problem. Next. Okay. Now I just want to pick up now some thoughts on leadership. Reference of subject matter in business. You saw when Kelly submitted and did his presentation, he talks about his experience in life. And one of the things that he talked about a lot was the bit that where he's even started his career. He started with a big name, and we'll talk about that later. Now, attributes in short supply. This is very, very important. If you look at yourself, what are some of the things you think you can be successful in your career with? What are some of the attributes that is in short supply? Who can tell me? There is one attribute that is in short supply. What is that? Yes. It says this group is quiet. Yes, the lady is smiling. Give it to her. She knows.
integrity.
Integrity. And BYU Management Society, that is what we stand for. Growing moral and ethical leadership. And cybersecurity, I will tell you, there is a thin line between being unethical in cybersecurity to be very ethical, because you are doing penetration tests. You can do what? Database injection. You can seize a whole network. And then if you don't man of integrity, okay, now I think I can just hack, and then they have to pay me to get that system back on. You see that? So you need integrity. Academic relevance of the subject matter. Are you taking classes that will take you towards your career? Take, for example, I told you I started as a civil engineer. And I will tell you, as a civil engineer, the classes I took was not waste. It even prepared me, because I did structural engineering. I did thermodynamics. I did electronics. So even when I went to do IT, it was easy because I've already done electricals, right? And then the beautiful part, engineering maths, mechanics of machines. So you can see that my engineering classes I took were very relevant even when I changed to other classes, because it was easy for me to understand analytical issues. So if you give me anything, I can analyze it. So you need, if you want to be an accountant, don't go and be taking drumming class unless you want to have fun. Be taking classes like finance, statistics, economics, relevant classes, right? So it's very, very important that your academic relevance, especially because in most of our school, because my uncle is an accountant, my grandfather was a contractor. So he builds houses and schools. So I wanted to be an engineer. I thought it was fun to go to the field. But after a few months, I said, man, I don't think I want to be here. Yes, so you need to also have mentor to help you. Captain. Okay. These are some majority of young professional undergrad or graduate students seeking a career change. 3 years after graduation, a majority of class will have changed jobs. Most of your classmates, I can tell you, if the only thing, one thing that helped me, it was I changed. I was in insurance, and then changed as an IT guy, learned the trick. They gave you all the donkey job to do. You're the last guy to leave. Those days, they asked you to do all the backups. You know, those days we didn't automate our backups. We have the tape drive where you have to write a script and wait till everything uploaded before you leave. So After graduation, you all have wonderful dreams. I want to be an cybersecurity, I want to be this. But I will tell you, after 3 years, after graduation, you say, no, no, no. You'll be like, don't be like me. Decide now, right? Is there too much emphasis in our classroom to preparing students for jobs than may they have 10 or 15 years later? What about discussion about jobs you will almost certainly have upon graduation? ChatGPT. Some of you, right now I have my Firefly Notes iOS. I used to struggle to take notes. Now I don't struggle. I just add that to my invites. Boom. The meetings come, everything is written. So do you think those who are studying to become secretaries, what happened to them? 7. Okay. Captain, I think, so we keep moving. I have 7 minutes to cram all this on you. Sorry. Okay. Continue so that we'll move faster. Good. Now, good early choices and experiences will help you build business leadership now for the future. Clear destination, learning environment, and right attitude. I think this summarizes what Kelly spoke about. Starting early is very, and having a clear direction. You have your direction, you want to be an accountant or you want to be a cybersecurity, and you should have what? A good learning environment. It doesn't mean that only in your classroom you should be learning. Today, you are having an education that you will never have, right? You are learning about how to have good attitudes, how to be the foundation of good early choices and experience. So your leadership group. So we'll talk more about the first choice to destination. I wanted to talk more about that. Just hit the bar. And so Kelly talked about what? Passion. So fall in love with what you want to do. I don't think I wanted to be a civil engineer because I think my grandfather was building a lot of houses. I think it was fun, but it was actually fun. But I'm telling you, if I start coding, I'm on a computer, I can go over and over and over and over, even to midnight. I don't care, right? So consider your lifestyle implication of your career. It is important. I don't think if as a civil engineer, I'll be at home all the time. But still in IT, you can't stay home, right? You still have to be out. Good. Pick your role models and mentors as early as you can. It is important, right? Consider the compensation implication. Yes, follow the money. You need to know what is the trend in a career you are choosing. In the next 5 years, will you still be doing what you are doing? So most of the time, by the time you graduate from school, then you start like, I was at Aqua Safari last week, and then there was this young lady, she was one of those serving us, and I asked her, what did you study? She said she did political science. Then the way she's smiling, the way she's talking to people, I said, wow, you should have done customer loyalty or something in marketing. But you can see, and she loved what she's doing. But I wish she has taken, so I told her, look, if you're thinking about masters, go and do something in hospitality because you are very good. Everybody, the whole team was she was so nice. The other ladies, they will bring the thing in front of their face. It's like, okay, this is what I have to do to get some money, right? But she was doing it like she's not being paid for. Okay, continue. I'll keep moving. Fall in love, and then young call. Then find your calling. What is your calling? I think in life, my calling is teaching. I love teaching. Although even I can run a workshop, I can do a lot of things. I can talk, I can connect with you today in the next 2 minutes. That is something that is my calling. I love it. And if you can Google what is your calling, there is a BYU professor. He taught me organization. He done a lot of research on this. What is your calling? Go and read that article. When you get to BYU, in the first class, you read this paper, and then he asks you to write down what you want to do. Then after 2 semesters, he asks you to write the same essay. It's different. So check that. They say, get a good company to work for. It is important. I will tell you, I started my career in Ghana Life Insurance. At that time, they were the life insurance company in Ghana after SIC. And how much were they paying us? Nothing to write home about. But do you know what helping in Ghana life? They can take you in every department. I was the only guy who was they will take me to underwriting. If the ladies are on maternity leave, I will take it. They will take me to claims, IT. The only department I never went was finance and HR. But marketing, I was there when they are training agents training. So do you know what happened? I got all these skills and all this experience. So please, if even you get a company that they're going to pay you free, and it's a good company to be on your resume, take it. At BYU, we have what we call on-campus internship. You can get an internship at LinkedIn remote. They are not paying you. But you only need LinkedIn on your resume so that tomorrow when a recruiter calls, you say, yes, I did a data research at LinkedIn or at Google. Even if you can volunteer at Google, if you want to be the cyber guy, Google is in town. Have you ever gone to Google research center and say AI center? Say, look, today I just want to come around. There's Ghana Tech Lab. It's empty. I was there last week. The whole place is empty. And they have all the technology. That is where you should be spending your time if you're in the city. Right? So start early. They say if you want to learn how to play football, where do you go? It is Accra. No, you go to Brazil. So how many minimals? All right. Next, your attitude. Taking initiative. Learning to over-deliver. Do the right thing. Please. Especially those of you who are going to do national service. A high national service who has extended the work I've given them. Some of them will come, they know at the end of the month they will pay them, so they come, they show up. You won't come back. But there's some of them, oh boss, what can I do? I want to learn this. Can you help me? And you find out that you give them more tax. The more you give them more tax, the person is improving. Do you let that person go? When you know that person is a value. So please, especially if you are in your final year, you soon be going to do your national service. Do the right thing, ask more questions, look for a mentor, and over-deliver. Presenting yourself properly. There is a new thing in town. The guys leave their beard just anyhow. So I look at the guy. I said, look, I have a problem with that. You are still going to look for a job. You think when you walk in someone's office with that beard, the first thing, who is this guy? He's a rascal. Even he can be, they don't even care about what you know. Please present yourself. Guys, dress well. And ladies, look sweet. It's important. Look, I've gone to places and they brought me in. It's like even before I went to get Kelly, I was so much stressed out. When I got there, they didn't want, as soon as I want to speak to Kelly. Do you have an appointment? I said, no. So, okay, hold on. They make the call. Before I knew it, they were taking me upstairs. I didn't even introduce who I am, but because of my appearance. So please, present yourself well. It is important that as young professionals, there are lots of materials we couldn't go through. But if you still want to get this in full, we have another section. You can join me there. But I want to share with you, I started my career in a very, I can say I didn't even know what I want to do. Right? But I had a mentor who I always go to, and he was my bishop. When I joined the church, I know most of you are LDS. If you are not, sorry. But I didn't want to bore you down. But when I joined the church, none of my parents are members of the church. It was my bishop. Those days were Tema. I joined the church because of basketball. The Ejris and Dorcas and all these guys were nice to me. They come to pick me up. And then when I joined the church, my bishop would always ask me, Seth, what are you doing today? Hey, what? Even today, if I take my phone and call Bishop, he asks me, what's happening? What's the next thing? So there was always this on my mind, Bishop Hinado, always on my mind that, hey, if this man called me today, I need to give an account of my life. So that helped me to become straightforward and straight thinking. There are a lot of things, and the church have a lot of resources. I'm telling you, my first IT, I learned it in the church. And for me to improve my technology skill, I was volunteering for the church. My first call to the United States, was because I was helping with the Gospel Library. At this time, Gospel Library wasn't that, it was just the Book of Mormon. I was one of those joined remotely and was doing it. Then I'll go to every state and talking about it. And they invited me because what I was talking about was needed not smartphones. And that's some feature phones. And we did the presentation. I went to Salt Lake work. And why? What happened to me in my career? Because I was volunteering with all these top engineers. When I get to work, some of my mates saw that, hey, where do you all get this idea from? Because of this. Sometimes even at work, when I'm hard up, I just send an email to one of the contact LDS Tech. The guy will help me. And I said, oh no, sir, take these classes, take this certification, do this. And I will tell you, I was in a company for about 2 years. I became a manager. I didn't even have a degree. I have an HND. But because the initiative, anything concept on the writing, I'm not an insurance guy. So then we had a GM. All the CII, Charter Insurance Institute, all these guys were writing. Then I found out that there was a certificate in CII that was given by British Computer Society and the Charter Institute of Insurance. And no one, I checked, no one have it. Do you know what I did? I went to my GM, I want to take CII because it's a requirement for all employees. If you fail, you pay back. But if you don't fail, you pay. I took the first paper on my own. I nailed it. Second, I became a certified IT professional for insurance. We didn't have those people in Ghana. You understand it? And then that is how my career started changing. You understand it? So take advantage. If you can do that, I'm telling you, you will never be the same. It's my time out. Okay, I'm done.
No, but if you guys, you have questions,
You have questions
we
for
can
me?
take 2 questions, please. 2 questions.
2. Yes. Robert, don't ask me the hard question because I won't answer. Okay.
Okay, Brother Senator J. So I just wanted to speak about.
You said, what's my name?
Hey, Senator Gui.
Because I
Sorry, my sneak
want to tell you how.
so called set. Sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
So I said,
No, one. You can't give 2 questions.
no, just
Just
one.
one.
Just one.
Because there are 2 options.
Sure. So I just wanted to speak about this volunteerism or these internships. Is it good? Would you advise, members or young single or members of the church or to do this volunteerism and internships for without stipend?
Your question
Without
is,
stipend.
Your question is, yes.
Okay.
I have your question.
So the question.
Yes, answer him.
Okay,
You
good.
see, it's good to have people who.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to say. I had a job from where I'm working now through volunteerism. Today, this generation don't want that. They don't want to work for free. Yeah, we need to let them know the fact. The fact is that they should be freely ready to go out there. That your target job you want to do, go to that area and do volunteers, you get a job.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
I will come to that, yes.
Yes, so my question is that the self-reliance things, the things that you've spoken about, do they work for all class of people?
Okay, let me tell you, no. Robert.
It's okay, please.
I will tell you I told you my career highlights. My technology skills improved when I was a state technology specialist. Do you know the tools the church have? When we're talking about cloud computing, the church had cloud computing in the 70s. You not see the massiveness. You go to Salt Lake, we have over almost 6,000 employees just in ICS. And these are people who, even the current ICS manager has about 5 technology patents to his name. These are people you're going to work. So if I will tell you to volunteer is very, very important. You'll be so much surprised. There is a book you should read, Never Eat Alone. If you have the time, look for a book called Never Eat Alone. It teaches you through volunteerism. That guy became one of the big stars in one of the top insurance company. Yes, your question? Yes, self-reliant. Let me tell you. You mean a self-reliant program or what? Yes. Yes. No. Some training never come with cost. Self-reliant program is free in this church, unless you don't know. It's free. You can do starting and growing my business, a job for what? A better job for what? Yes. All those things are free. And there are tons of information. Look, I cook so well because of YouTube. If I prepare okra soup for you, you'll be surprised. And what do I learn? It's YouTube. I can bake my car. I can change my car oil. All of that because of YouTube. I do graphics. My staff was bluffing me with video editing. I told them, okay, we shall see. Within 2 days, I know how to edit my video. So I came and showed them, you see, I've done my video. Boss, how did he do that? I said, University of YouTube. So please, thank you so much.
Thank you.
See
Please,
me around.
let's clap for. Yeah. So our next speaker is Skep Foundation, and I would like you guys to welcome her with a big round of applause.
Do you have a screen there? There's down to the screen.
Hello, hello. I am so excited to be with all of you. This is such a treat for me to be here. A lot of you I have seen your names on emails, so it's so wonderful to actually meet you in person. And I hope you'll come up and introduce yourselves, because truly the power is in you, and being here, I feel that, and I hope you feel it too. This is a pretty historic day when you consider what's happening with this conference. It's impactful to me that BYU has sent, these leaders of these organizations here to be with you and to host this conference. I think it shows that BYU is investing in Africa, and there's a lot happening. As Seth says, Africa is rising, and I feel that, and I hope that you feel it as well. So Scott is my coworker. He's in Utah. He wishes he was here as well. But Scott and I considered whether or not we should come to this conference. It's a long journey. There's a lot of expenses. But we decided that there's something really powerful when people come together and meeting in person. And I feel that today. And that's something that I want to get into, this idea of coming together and uniting. To start off, so SCEP it's not an acronym. Welcome, Chitty. Chitty is our digital director. Give him a hand. So SCEP is not an acronym, but it's actually a noun. It means beehive. And we chose the name SCEP because of the imagery that comes with a beehive, right? You take a single bee and it doesn't have much power. You can smush it. It might sting, but in the end, it's the power of the massive bees, the swarm of bees that can create something incredible, right? This honey that we love and we like to put on jam and on our toast, right? And so that's the imagery that we have for Africa, of the power of coming together. There's no continent quite like this that's rising in population. Welcome everybody that's coming in. Glad you're here. There's no continent quite like you. Perfect. Thank you. And we've seen that in you, and we're excited to build with you. And I hope that's something that we can pull away today, is this idea of building together as we come together. That's where the magic is, right? There's not something, just these jobs that quickly appear out of thin air, but the jobs come because of effort and because of combined faith. And we fully believe in that. And we're going to get into more of that today. But to start off, I want to get to know you a little bit more, and we'll introduce ourselves as well. Who here is from Ghana? By the raise of hands. Most of you. Anyone from Nigeria? I know Chidi is. Anyone else? Anyone from Sierra Leone? Togo? Benin? Yeah, awesome. Anyone else who thinks they've traveled the farthest to be here? I think probably the woman in the back. This lovely woman's my mother. She came all the way from the States to be here. But I'm gonna turn the time over now to Chidi. He's gonna give a brief introduction of himself.
Yeah, thank you so much. So my name is Chidi Onyebuchukwu. I'm from Nigeria, from the eastern part of Nigeria. For those who have been to Nigeria, I'm from Imo State. And I'm the head of digitals for SCAPE Foundation. So I know Kate have talked a lot about what SCAPE Foundation does, but I want to say this. I want to lay emphasis on what we are doing is different from BYU Pathway. BYU Pathway is a school. I'm a student of BYU Pathway, and hopefully I'll be getting my degree in 2 semesters from now. So BYU Pathway is a school. You have to go to school. You have to get a degree, right? And when you get your degree, you have to go on your path, network, do whatever you have to do to get your job, right? But SCAPE Foundation trains you with digital skills or any skill at all. As we move into that in the future, they train you with skills and they connect you to employers, especially remote work opportunities. So you can stay in your house, in your comfort zone, and you make living wages. So this introduction will not be complete if I don't tell you my story. I would love to take out the time to tell you my story. I would love to make it as short as possible. So this is about Chidi. So after COVID-19, I was schooling in my local university, Federal University of Technology. I was doing optometry. So I was also enrolled with BYU Pathway. But after COVID-19, I decided I had to make some changes. I have to move on from the way things are usually done, because what happens is when you finish school in Nigeria, you line up with others and start looking for a job. So I wasn't ready for that kind of future. So when I left, after COVID-19, I decided to take BYU Pathway seriously. In fact, I stopped school. When I say stop school, I'm not talking about Pathway. I stopped my local university. I dropped out and then focused on BYU Pathway. So my first certificate was social media marketing. I completed that certificate and I was looking for opportunities online because part of that program taught us about how to leverage LinkedIn, how to use LinkedIn to connect to people. So I started doing that little by little. I didn't know how to do, just like you stepping into a murky water. You don't know how it's done. You try to do 1 or 2 things. And I want to share this with you. I feel so ashamed to say this, but I think I have to share this with you. So during those networking time, I met with David Roper. He's here. I know you all know David Roper, right? So I met with David Roper on LinkedIn. So during that time, I was going to be kicked out by my landlord. I don't know if you use the word landlord here, by my house owner. So he was going to kick me out during that period. So I met with David Roper and I told David Roper I would need him to give me $50. I begged him for $50. And I want to say this, don't do this, please. If I should, I met David Roper today. Yesterday, I told him, David Roper, if I should do this again, I won't be asking you for $50 the first instant I met you, because David Roper ended up being one of my mentors. So when you are seeking out for mentors, you don't go asking them for money. Don't go begging them for money. It's wrong. But David Roper sent that money to me, and that was the first dollar I received. So I used that dollar to pay off my rent. That dollar finished, and I felt like going back to David Roper again to ask for another $50. And a thought came to my mind. I said, "Oh boy, you're a social media marketer, and you're good with this.
At that point, I was good with social media marketing. I was doing my personal branding and all. I didn't have much projects. So I decided to do something. I decided to use LinkedIn to get a job. I felt impressed in my mind that I could use LinkedIn to get a job. So I said, okay, the church has a good network. Why don't I leverage on the people in Utah and ask them for jobs? So I filtered on LinkedIn. You can filter by city, by location, even by companies and all. So I filtered, I used the filtering element there, and I filtered and I focused on Utah people. And I got in contact with a man called James, the owner of IBCS Corp. And I told him, James, I'm a good social media marketer, and I think I can manage your social media for your company. I was like, I've been doing this with Indians. I don't think I would be able to do this with any African. And this is the problem we're facing in Scape. There are lots of opportunities out there, but people are afraid to actually try Africans. And it's a problem that we have to break together. We can't do this alone. We have to prove to them that we can actually do the work and we can do it effectively. So James was skeptical about giving me that job. I begged him and he said, so how much will you be taking? Yesterday I tried to, because I was going to tell this story, so I tried to convert it. I told him I'm going to take 20 CDs. And that was a big mistake. But I was afraid I didn't have a job, right? This is my first time. So I told him I was going to take 20 CDs. I know you know how small 20 CDs is. So he said, well, okay, I'll give you 20 CDs per month. Okay, start work. I started doing social media marketing for him. Copywriting and I was overwhelmed. I told him, James, I don't think 20 CDs is enough for me. But James did something for me. He gave me a laptop. He gave me enough money to buy a laptop. And he started withdrawing the money from my 20 CDs month by month. I ended up paying that for over 8 months. My money was very small. So I started working for James. And at a point, James also asked me, so how much do you think I should pay you as a raise? I told him 50 CDs. And that's another mistake. So what happens is when employers promote you, they raise your wage, anyhow small it is, they add work to what you are doing already. So James made me the digital marketing specialist, and they added more work to me. I was stressed out. Honestly, I wouldn't use the word toxic, but that was a learning moment for me. That's the word I will use, but it was really, really stressful. So a time came that I wasn't meeting up. Something happens when you are stressed out in your work environment. You go from this to, I became unproductive. I slept a lot. Even my assignments, I don't do them. I became overwhelmed. So James woke up one day, and I love James. James helped me shape my career. I'm not saying this to condemn him. James woke up one day and switched off my email, the email I use in work. That's chidi@ibcscorp.com. He switched it off. So that is to say you are sacked. Oh boy, you are what? Sacked. So I couldn't access my email. And I was overwhelmed. So I had to call him. I tried to call him, and then he said he was just joking, but seriously, he's going to sack me if I don't do my job well. And I knew that I can't do that job with that kind of pay and with the whole work he was giving me. If I needed to do that work, he would need to pay me very well. And I'm talking about hugely, because I know at this point I have gained the skills, I have gained the experience, and I was doing so well, and he knows it. So at that point, I was really scared. But something happened. Let's go back maybe 3 months before this time around. I heard about Scape Foundation. Then I know that they were with the name CareerWise. So CareerWise, they were training people in medical billing and coding. Though at that point, they haven't started giving people jobs, but they were training this army of medical coders. And I had Scape Foundation, and my state president, his assistant, his counselor, asked us to sign up. So I signed up to Scape Foundation. I decided to do the the digital marketing program with the Digital Marketing Institute, DMI. And we were 5 in number. So I signed up. I was lucky. That was another miracle for me. I was lucky to be chosen. And we were 5 in number. And out of the 5 of us, I was the only one that passed that exam. And I want to say a little bit about the process in passing that exam. The first day the first time I scheduled for my exam, I put it 2 p.m. But what I put in the computer, in my mind, I put 2 p.m. But in the computer, what I put there is 2 a.m. So 2 a.m. passed, the exam was reading. I was waiting for 2 p.m. to take my exam. So I missed that exam. And each exam you miss, they are going to pay about 75 euros for you to take again. So I missed that exam. I reached out to Kate, and Kate said, yeah, they are going to pay for that exam again. And remember, I didn't know what my problem was. So the second time she scheduled that exam, she paid the money, 75 euros, scheduled that exam for me. The second time I made the same mistake. I put 2 a.m. instead of 2 p.m. But this time around, I discovered that this was the problem, but the exam has already passed. I missed that exam. And after 2 weeks, I was battling with myself. I said, I was ready for this exam and I don't know what to do. If I should reach out to Kate again to ask her to pay for this exam, we should be able to do this. My heart told me to go on to ask her. I asked her the thought, and that's why I call Kate an angel. She really is. And she didn't hesitate. She said she's going to pay for that exam again, 75 euros. They paid for it. And this time around, I told her I'm going to make sure that I don't make that mistake. I took that exam and I passed. Out of the 5 of us, I was the only one that passed that exam. It was a very hard exam. So fast forward to the time I was going to be sacked. I was really, in fact, before you are sacked from your company, you should know that you are going to be sacked. A lot of evidence would be before you that you are going to be sacked. So I was really going to be sacked from IBCS Corp. So Scape Foundation reached out to me. That same week, my email was switched off. That same week, Scape Foundation reached out to me and said, Chidi, since you passed this exam, we want you to manage our digitals. We'll be willing to do this. I said, in fact, I'm quitting my job. I'm going to follow you. I'm not going to. They said, Chidi, think about it. I'm not thinking about anything. I'm following you. And because I believed in Scape and I believe in what they are doing, and I reached out to my boss, James, and I told him that I'm going to leave him. It was, an emotional moment for the two of us. And I left IBCS Corp and I joined Scape Foundation. And Scape Foundation, and this is about my story, but the reason I'm telling this story is to let you know that it demands a lot of faith, a lot of effort, and grit. That's the word I learned from BYU Pathway. It demands grit for us all here to actually reach our potentials. I meet a lot of students that reach out to me and say, oh, I finished the training with Scape Foundation. So what next? Scape has not given me the job. Where is the job? And I tell them, because knowing where I'm coming from in my journey, or I tell them to keep calm, have faith, because I believe so much that one day, all we are aspiring for, we would get it. So this is a little bit about my introduction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chidi. I wanted to take some time for Chidi to introduce himself because at Scape, we believe in building individually and collectively. And I think every person's story is so important to hear. And Chidi's is especially, it's a profound story of faith. And that's how we want to build Scape is through faith and coming together with our faith, right? So thank you, Chidi. So just a quick introduction about me. So I'm from Utah and went to BYU. My last semester at BYU, I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do. I had entered BYU with this dream of studying medicine. But as I continued along my course, I began to feel that medicine wasn't it. But I was scared because medicine was all that I knew. I come from a family of a lot of medical professionals. So I knew that route. That was the known path. And I knew the next step. I knew where the jobs were, but I just felt in my heart that it wasn't the journey for me. So I jumped from medical fields and I decided to pick up a business minor. As part of the business minor, I had an internship with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, remote in West Africa. So I was working in Utah, but my internship coordinator was here in Ghana. He was serving as a missionary. He's a senior missionary at the time. If any of you know or had the chance to meet Elder Hymus. I now know him as Scott, but Elder Hymus was my internship coordinator. And over the course of 3 months, we worked really closely together. We were working on building gathering places. And it was an incredible experience. I learned so much from Scott, and I felt this connection with him, that there was more to come outside of this internship. After my internship, exactly 2 years, 2 months, and 2 days ago, I flew out to Ghana. And I was here for a month. And it was during that time that Scott and I dreamed up this vision. Really, Scott had the vision. He's a visionary man. But we put it down on paper. And a couple months after he came home from his mission, we started up SCEP. And it's been an incredible journey. So we'll get into it now. I know this doesn't leave us much time, but
And I go to session.
the information is on the internet. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to us. But we'll get started here on what SCEP is.
Launch in 30 minutes.
They need during the session.
During the session.
Yes.
So is it allowed?
So let me speak a little bit about we believe. So the first sentence there says, SCEP was created by a group of individuals with a vision of setting African talent free. I was in David Rupert's breakout section, and he said something that, if I can remember right, he said by 2035 that the world would need the African workforce, and this is true. This is true for so many reasons. There are so many reasons. This statistics is true. Africa has the youngest population, and you need strength to do jobs, right? You need energy to do jobs. So the world would eventually face Africa to get the kind of talent they want. And another thing about Africa is that Africa naturally has developed grit. This morning I was speaking with Kate's mother, and she said, faith for us is a natural thing. In Africa, you have to have faith. In fact, you don't have any option than to do what? Have faith. In Nigeria, you have to have faith that you will not be shot by bandits. If you have lived in Nigeria, I'm living in the East, and the East is really scary now because of the elections and all, and because of protests and all. But Nigeria is, I can't leave Nigeria for any other. Nigeria is sweet for me, right? But you need to have faith in that you will not be shot. You need to have faith that you will eat the next day. You need to have faith that your landlord will not kick you away. You need to have faith. So faith is a natural. You don't have any option than to do what? Have faith. So faith, faith is a natural thing for Africans. And this is true. And because of that, we develop grit, ability to hold on, to push. You don't have any option than to push. You don't have any option than to do what? Push. And that is why employers, when James tested African talent, he said he started hiring Africans. David Rupert can bear testament to that. He started hiring Africans. It's not easy to hire. You have to spend money, right? And that's why I pity hiring managers. It's not easy. You have to pay. But they love African talents. Over the years, James has been doing this with Indians, but he figured something about Africans. We can really work. And he loved that about us. So the second sentence is, we are firm believers in you. And I think this is coming from Scott, because I know when Scott speaks. I was speaking with Professor Hathaway, right? Hathaway, very funny human, very funny guy. And he said something. He said, when someone talks about something, it's something different. But when that person starts putting their money into it, it's now another level. And he was speaking about Scott. Scott is really passionate about this, and he has really put his money, his resources into this. The first hire from SCEP Foundation, we are just hired for hiring sake. There wasn't any job for them to do, but Scott hired them because he believed in this. He wanted to see this work, right? And then the last sentence, we've seen your talent, grit, and tenacity, and we can't wait for the rest of the world to see it too. And we can't do this alone. We need more numbers. And this is what is going to happen when organizations like Google, Coursera, and the rest of them start seeing our numbers. They will know that something is happening here. and they will come to our rescue, and that will happen. And that will happen because we have the talent, we have the grit.
Thank you. So, SCEP, what are we all about? Our mission is solely to empower you to access jobs and everything that you need to do that. So, we'll get into how we do that, but the purpose of this is all started with this vision that we have for Africa. As we come together and as we begin to skill up and to access these jobs, Africa, we believe, will become this premier destination for international work. And we're excited to see that. We're excited to build that with you. So SCEP has a three-pronged approach. The first is to enhance digital skills. So we have various partners that we work with. Coursera and CareerWise Training are our main ones right now. Coursera does the Grow with Google courses. So digital marketing, data analytics, UX design, project management. Many of you are involved in these or have friends that are involved. And then CareerWise is medical coding. Right now we have started with those, but as we continue to expand, we are forming partnerships with other organizations as well to cater to the need and the desire to skill up and to certify in different trades. So that's the first, increase digital skill capacity. The second is to connect talent to market. That's market here locally and market internationally. Now, locally, Scott and I know very little about African communities and African employment, and that's where we need you, right? We're here to build with you and to learn from you of what skills you need, what tools you need to access jobs here. In the meantime, Scott and I are working internationally to build these relationships with employers to hire African talent. And to gain the trust of American employers that there is this incredible group of humans that are tenacious and intelligent and are ready to work and are honest and are full of integrity. So everything that we need in that process, going from student to worker, is kind of where SCEP thrives. And we're coming up with new opportunities for everyone to be involved. Right now, we're kind of limited in space of how many licenses we have to train with Coursera. But there's opportunities that are coming shortly for a worker readiness course is what we're calling it, something that everyone can access, and it will be an opportunity to skill up in your resumes and your LinkedIn profiles, creating this digital presence so that employers can see the talent that you have and that you're developing. Yeah.
So I want to speak about the reason I love this framework. And I've seen this happen to me personally, right? The reason I love this framework is that it's connected, right? And it happens to everyone. So when you increase your capacity, you gain a skill, you are connected to a market, you start working. Something happened at a point, and it's happening to all of these people from BYU Management Society you are seeing here. At a point, you have to stop working and want to start something on your own. It's either you start something on your own or you want to give back because you've made a lot, you've been successful, right? And you have not been that successful, you want to start up something on your own. And I see that begin to happen with me, right? Like every day I was speaking with Kate yesterday, I told her I've registered my company, my digital marketing agency, and the slightest opportunity I get, I'm going to launch that company. Why? Because I feel all of the things I'm doing for my employers is something I can do on my own. In fact, while I was with James, he left everything for me. As far as digital marketing is concerned, I was managing everything. So if I could do that for him, it means I could do it for myself. I might not have the resources, but I have the talent, the experience to actually start a company and run it on my own. And that is why I love this framework. At the end of the day, you end up starting something on your own. Yeah.
That third step, fostering entrepreneurship, is really where the rubber hits the road, and it's what Chidi has just talked about. When you reach the point where you're skilled up and you've been working in the field, you've had internships, and you have experience, then you might be ready to start your own thing, right? You want to try to put your skills to use and bring it back to your local community can provide jobs for those around you or hire talent remotely as well. But that's where, like I said, that's where the rubber hits the road. All of a sudden you become somebody that is in a position to lift others and to give back and be a mentor to others and provide jobs to others. So that's a third step. And this process, these three, though they are linear listed, they're not really linear in practice. SCEP believes in an any point entry. So if you are at a point where you feel like you've already skilled up and you're ready to start your own thing, then jump on in and we can help you connect with our partners to access the skills that you need to create your own business and to thrive. Or if you're ready to just connect with employers, we can help you get into an internship and get working as well. So the beauty is just coming at any point, wherever you're at, we welcome you into our ecosystem and we're excited to build with you. So this kind of just wraps it up. The idea here is to develop skills that the world can't resist and to have numbers that the world sees, right? The more people that join the ecosystem, the more we attract those that are in our ecosystem, our partners, right? Those training organizations, if they see that there's 5,000 people that want to train versus 500, then those numbers speak. Or employers, that we have a group of 700 certified medical coders that are ready to start work now, and they've been SCEP certified, they're ready to go. Then those numbers speak, right? And employers see that and see that Africa is rising. There's talent here to tap into. So developing skills the world can't resist with the strength of international markets will build up local economies, providing jobs, increasing opportunities, and developing prosperity in local communities.
Yeah. So there's strength in numbers, just like Kate mentioned. So like I said, there are people that meet me and they keep asking where the job is, right? The job is going to come. The job will come. But most importantly, let us jump in and grab this opportunity. Yeah. Thank you. So can I ask questions? Yeah. Question?
So that's what the Q&A. Or the
Yeah, questions.
So we're going to throw up here a QR code that you can scan and it will take you to our website. And that's the first step, is just joining the ecosystem. So while we're still sorting out internships and jobs and connecting with opportunities, the most important thing now is to come together and to unite our faith that we can do this together. And we want to hear from you. We want your feedback and your ideas, because really the magic is in you. There's not a secret that we hold, or there's no expertise above what you know, but really it's coming together that's gonna move this forward. So here's a QR code, join our ecosystem, and we'll keep you updated on announcements and things that come out. For now, are there any questions? We can enter into a Q&A session. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We started this with career-wise when we did medical billing and coding, but it's like all of a sudden it was switched from career-wise medical billing and coding to this digital marketing. And we have some students here who are done with it, medical billing and coding, and we want to know the future of the medical billing and coding. Are we waiting for job, or we should stop and do this business marketing? Or yeah, we are a little bit confused. That's why I'm asking.
That's a great question. First off, I applaud all of those in the medical coding business that have trained and gone through that program. That's a hefty program. It's 1,000 hours and it's not easy for anyone to do. So the medical coding right now is headed by our co-founder, Dave Jensen. Dave is an incredible individual who had a medical coding company, and he sold it just right before we met him. When he came to us and we kind of shared our vision for Africa and what we were doing, he said, if we can train and certify 500 coders, that I can hire them. And Dave has been true to his word and he's working towards that. Dave he's invested a lot of time and a lot of money into building a new medical coding company, a new platform to hire Africans specifically. This platform has taken a while to build and there's been a lot of different iterations, but he's getting to the point where he feels confident in the platform and is reaching out and connecting with people that would provide coding jobs. So we fully believe in Dave and trust that he will be able to deliver on that. So jobs are coming with medical coding. We can't say when specifically, but they're coming.
Yeah, I would love to respond. Okay.
Can I just add one thing? So Joseph Bentum, some of you know him. You can also talk to Joseph or me. We have a local person here. If you live in Accra and you know medical billing and coding, we might be able to also put you in a training program. There are a limited number of spots, but if you're confident in that area, talk to Joseph Bentum or myself. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I would love to add to that. So what has, because I join their meeting every other time, so I'll just reveal this secret to you, right? I hope she doesn't punish me. So what has happened is there is a company from the US that has been hiring historically from Philippines. And right now they have close to 24,000 spaces, right? 20, very huge number, I can't even remember, very huge space, right? For medical coders. But the owner of the company is skeptical about hiring Africans. So every day we come to the meeting, we're talking about this. And sometimes I'm like, go and hire these people, they are ready. What are you asking for? You know? And there are things we need to put in place, like there should be, you know, the environment ready where you're working, and they need to trust you. They need to try some of you and trust you, because for someone that is doing business historically with the Philippines and Indians for over the years, it's hard to convince him to now leave those people that he has tested and has proven themselves to now come on to test Africans. If I'm a business owner, I would want to continue with something that has been working for me. So it's hard to actually change it. But we're trying to convince him to actually face Africa. And when that happens, it's going to be huge. So for the person asking if they should stop, please don't stop. Be where you are.
But in the meantime, if you have opportunities to skill up in other things, by all means, you can take advantage of any opportunities, and that only will expand your ability. Because who knows, maybe down the road you'll be coding and then you'll want to start your own company and you'll have gained skills to do that as well. So take advantage of whatever resources is available, but trust that the jobs will come. I think we have time for just one more question. So find me throughout the conference and I can answer any others. In the back, yeah.
In collaboration with SCEP, what if like you have a talent and then you have something you do and you want it to go like you want to evolve, like art? Can you actually connect that with SCEP to evolve, with them? I don't know. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, I think that whatever talent you have, come to our ecosystem and together we'll find an opportunity for you to use that talent. So right now we have specific niches that we're working with, digital marketing, data analytics, there's about 7 of them that we have connected with employers or different trade associations. And so we're kind of honed in there. But if you come with a different skill set that's outside of our ecosystem, come with your ideas and we'll be open to working with you and finding trade associations or other organizations that you could work with and maybe access internship opportunities. Speaking to that, we just started an internship with a group of students who come from a variety of backgrounds, and it's actually been very helpful to have the diversity. We've placed them on teams together with, from their different backgrounds, and that's been fun to do. So whatever your background is, join the ecosystem and there will be a place. For sure. I think we're at time now, but if you have questions, come find me or email me. Can you pop up the contact page again? The last page of that PowerPoint. I'll pop up here our email and email me your questions and I'll get back to them. But thank you so much for coming and thank you for joining with us.
Please, big round of applause, please. We have one more session, okay, with Eric Wood. It's also about business, but mainly about MBA, okay, the scholarship. So you guys wait, okay? He will start in about 5 minutes, okay? Get prepared for your questions and you'll be amazed. Thank you.
Darmstadt when he was in his late teens or early 20s.
Please do not
That's
forget
60.
to come back again. If you want to learn more about the scholarship, please come back early.
G minor by French organist Eugène Gigoux. It exemplifies the new French style of organ composition made possible by the innovative organ designs of Aristide Cavalier-Coll, with symphonic stops, full registrations, and seamless crescendos. Gigoux's Toccata was published in 1890.
have your seat. The last session, the last but not the least, we are now going to start. Please have your seat. Those who are in interest, please. Please get in and have your seat.
Linda Margetts has just performed an organ arrangement by former Tabernacle organist Robert Kundick of Jesu, Joy of Man's Desiring by J.S. Bach.
Eric.
Now, this well-known pastoral piece was originally written in 1723 as a movement for choir and small orchestra in one of Bach's sacred cantatas.
Can you listen for the next session?
Become well known when transcribed as a purely instrumental work. But the lyrics of the original chorale, words that speak of hope, joy, and comfort, continue to underscore this music even when performed without singers. The words that Bach
Please, those who are behind, please come in front. I beg. Please come in front. Okay. No, Oga, you come. You sit here. Can you please close that entrance? Like,
Okay, hello. All right, everyone, I'm told to start, but to make sure you're in the right spot, I think there was some confusion. My name is Eric Wood with Boost Africa. I'm talking about entrepreneurship. I believe Jonathan Wood is elsewhere. If you're looking for the scholarship discussion, then you need to go to a different room. And if you already listened to me, then you can take a nap because I'm talking about the same stuff. So this is not a discussion about entrepreneurship. Is that okay? So we're okay to go? Okay. Okay, well, we will begin. So my name is, as I mentioned, Eric Wood. I've lived in Ghana for a year with my family. I moved my wife and 5 kids here. I brought one of my kids here with me to prove that I have kids here that I've taken with me. Sometimes people don't believe me when I tell them I moved my family to Ghana. And so I brought her as the proof. A little bit about my background. I worked in a part of California called Silicon Valley. It's where a lot of the tech startups are. I did that for a little while, working with entrepreneurs there who had grown their companies. And then I started my own software company and did that for some time before it was acquired or purchased by another company. And then I was so intrigued by the opportunities in Africa that I moved my family here to help invest in small and mid-sized businesses throughout Africa. So our investment company is called Boost Africa. We know the importance of finance and funding for growth. And we know that it is very difficult here in Africa to find funding for businesses. And so we are hoping to solve that with the investing that we do. So what I'll be talking about today is the characteristics of great inventors, entrepreneurs, and innovators. As mentioned, I spent a lot of time around entrepreneurs. I was so impressed with them. I decided to become an entrepreneur myself. And I through watching them, observing them, I found that there are certain principles that entrepreneurs, innovators, inventors, and really anyone, if anyone follows principles, they get similar outcomes, no matter where you are. We can think about it as members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is that we know the principles of the gospel: faith, repentance, baptism, following the Holy Ghost. These principles, no matter where you are in the world, produce a similar outcome. Me, I'm from Utah in the US. I follow the principles. I get the same outcome that someone in Ghana would experience. And the principles of faith, repentance lead to, what does Christ promise us? He said, peace. You'll receive peace. You'll receive comfort. You'll receive a remission of your sins. You receive the blessings of the atonement of Jesus Christ. So the same principles can be applied anywhere. It's that same way with the principles that I'm going to talk about today. No matter where you are, if you can master the principle, if you can apply the principle, you will receive similar benefits from following those principles. And so I'm talking about principles of entrepreneurship is my topic, although you don't need to be an entrepreneur to benefit from the principles. So you can be in whatever field you're in and receive benefit. So, all right, that being said, principles produce blessings. And what are the principles? There's a lot, but I'm only going to talk about 3 of them. Well, actually, I'm going to talk about 3, and then I'm going to do a bonus one since we're all Christians, we're all members of the church, or maybe you aren't, but you might be familiar with it if you're attending this BYU event. So the first is ingenuity. That's principle number 1, ingenuity. What is ingenuity? It's like innovation, but it's a little different. You take the circumstances you're in right now today, and you find ways to create something. So good entrepreneurs are innovative, but they have ingenuity. They find problems to solve. If you think about the products that you're using right now, think about any of the great businesses, any of the great products, they all solve a problem. They help with something. That is a core commonality with things that are typically consumed. The products that are successful, they satisfy something that we need or that we desire. They often solve a problem. Ingenuity allows you to identify those problems wherever you are. There are a lot of problems to solve right here in Ghana, a lot of problems to solve in West Africa. The key is finding something that you can do to solve that. That's what an entrepreneur does. They solve problems using innovation and ingenuity. And they do it in a way that they can start right now today. So there's this concept in the startup world, the world I come from, called an MVP. It stands for a minimum viable product. That phrase is used often because often entrepreneurs think, or would-be entrepreneurs might think, I just need X amount of dollars and then I can build this business. Or if only I was in a different place, maybe if I was in Europe or the United States, I could start this company. Entrepreneurs use the MVP to start something with what is right there in front of them. It's the minimum version of what you want to do. You boil it down to the most simple, basic version, and you start with that. I would say that there are almost no ideas that you can't start on right now today. Why start something? The sooner you start something, the sooner you learn from the process of interacting with customers. The sooner you begin becoming a master of that concept of that product, which leads me to this principle number 2, is persistence plus patience. There is a concept that was coined by a author. I don't know if he invented it or discovered it, but his name is Malcolm Gladwell. He discovered this principle of the 10,000 hour rule. 10,000 hours. What he observed is that to become a master of something, it takes 10,000 hours of practice. Whether that's you want to become a master violinist, or you want to become a master entrepreneur, a master software developer, whatever it is, 10,000 hours. Just to put that into context, if you did something 10 hours every week, it would take you about 10 years to get to 10,000 hours. It does not come quickly. Thomas Edison invented the light bulb. It took him years and years to figure that out, and a lot of failure. Part of the 10,000 hours means you're going to fail a lot, and you learn through the failure. Where I did my consulting work in Silicon Valley, we would often come in to a company to help them with work that was part of what's known as an IPO process. They are taking their company to the public. To do that, you have to be very, very large. And so we come in and see that, and that's about the time they're getting a lot of recognition. Well, in interacting with these entrepreneurs, what I saw and learned is that most of them had been working on average for over 10 years on their business before they were getting the recognition, before it was successful enough to go through an IPO. 10 plus years of grinding away with very little to no recognition, 10 years of a lot of failures. Often they had stories of what's known as a pivot, when they change the idea, when they make a tweak to the product, they had to adapt. And that process takes a huge amount of patience, a huge amount of persistence. True success does not come overnight. It takes a long, long time. Lastly, the principle of focus and dedication, which is related to this principle of persistence. One thing that I see a lot of entrepreneurs struggle with here and other places, and one of the things I think that keeps them from succeeding, is entrepreneurs love to try to solve problems. Challenge is you see a lot of problems and you want to try to solve them all. You want to try to get multiple businesses going.
That is a very, very difficult thing to do. In the world of entrepreneurship, the less you do, the better. The more you focus, the better, because the quicker you'll become a master in that subject. The sooner you become a master in that subject, the sooner you can start providing a solution people want to buy. If you're not a master in it, it might be hard for you to compete with those who are. So you focus, you dedicate yourself to solving something. As mentioned with Thomas Edison, he became almost obsessed with this idea of creating a light bulb. It consumed him. He would think about it night and day. Now, I'm not advocating you go become obsessed with your business, because if you do, you start neglecting the more important things in life. And that's not healthy, and it's certainly not what our Heavenly Father would expect from us. But the same principle of staying committed to something is very, very important. Okay, so those three are kind of the core that I observed. Ingenuity, finding problems right in front of you. You don't need to go anywhere to find those problems. Persistence and patience, starting with where you are right now, the resources you have right in front of you. You don't need to wait to get a BYU degree. You don't need to wait to get funding. You don't need to wait for X, Y, and Z. I don't care where you are. There is something you can do, some action you can take right now today that gets you towards your goal, that gets you closer to starting your company, or that gets your company a little further along. Don't wait. Waiting or thinking you need something to happen is an enemy of progress. Entrepreneurs find something that they can do and then focus and dedicating yourself to solving a problem and becoming a master at it. So my fourth and bonus one for this audience is the principle of faith, particularly as we know faith in Jesus Christ. What we have the benefit of knowing is that we have a Father in heaven who loves us and who created us. A part of him dwells in each of you. You have that divine potential. He's also promised us that I will provide for my saints. He's promised us temporal and spiritual success, and he needs it. He needs you to be temporally successful, because in order for the church to grow, in order for his kingdom to grow, remember the promises that we make and the things that we commit to are to minister to others, to give, to bless. Often those require that our needs are taken care of and that we can do well and have those things to give. He wants you to succeed temporally and spiritually. So knowing that he wants you to succeed and he's given you a piece of his spirit, you have the same creative ability inside of you that the God of this whole universe possesses. He's given you some of that. You have the ability to think creatively. And if you feel stumped, you have the promise, right? Every Sunday, we renew covenants that his spirit will always be with us. So even if we ourselves feel inadequate and stumped, we can trust that the Spirit of Christ with us gives us power to overcome that. So if you're in a position where you feel a little stuck in life, maybe you have a business idea, you don't know how to get off the ground. Maybe you feel like you're unsatisfied with your employment. Maybe you don't have employment and you want employment. Whatever your situation is, if you feel stuck and you want something more, what I would encourage you to do is take that issue to Heavenly Father in prayer and ask him, what can I do right now today to get further along in my goal? What can I do to better my circumstances? And then don't wait for the heavens to open and some miraculous thing to occur. You take the first idea that comes to mind, no matter how simple or basic it is, and you act. That is the whole element of faith. Entrepreneurship is a huge venture of faith. Even if the entrepreneur themselves are not spiritual, it all comes down to acting. You're taking an idea and you're doing something with it. The MVP tells you, make it simple. It does not need to be grandiose. You do not need funding to do it. You don't need your degree. Like, find something to start with today. If you don't know, pray. And then just take the first thing that pops into your mind and do it and act. What's that going to mean? It's going to mean that oftentimes you will be inspired to fail. You're going to do things that don't work out. Did you know that Heavenly Father inspires us sometimes to fail? Does that sound a little strange? I believe it's true. In fact, I believe a lot of the inspiration he gives us often leads to failure. Just because inspiration comes does not guarantee you success. I'll tell the story of Elder Holland and his son. Many years ago, when his son was young, they went exploring out in the deserts of southern Utah. It started to get dark. They knew they needed to get home. They jumped in the truck and started driving, and they got to a junction in the road, and they could not remember which way to go. But they knew they had to make the right decision, because the wrong decision could mean that they're lost in the desert, which would be a scary position to be in. And so they prayed about it, and Elder Holland looked to his son and said, "What did you feel?" And he said, "I feel like I should go left." And Elder Holland said, "Wow, I did too." So they received inspiration. They went left. They drove about 100 to 200 meters. And guess what they found? There's a complete dead end at the end of it. And so they turned around and went down the other path. And on the way back, the son was like, "Well, Dad, we prayed about this. Why did we get inspired to do something that didn't work?" And he said, Elder Holland thought about it and said, "You know, I think that was the quickest way Heavenly Father could teach us the right way to go. He taught us. It was how we could learn the right direction to go." So the inspiration, the things you're sometimes inspired to do, will often lead to failure. In fact, most of the time, they will lead to failure. Thomas Edison failed over 1,000 times trying to invent the light bulb. The only way he could get to that successful light bulb was to fail 1,000 times. Sometimes the place you want to be is going to require you take a path that leads you through failure, because the only way to get there is to fail. Think of the plan of salvation. We came into a fallen world. The only way for us to become like our Heavenly Father was for us to pass through a fallen world, a world where we would fail, where we would make mistakes. It's the only way to get there. There was no other way, right? We knew Satan tried to propose a different plan, but it was not possible. The only way for us to get there is to go through the failure. So don't be afraid of failing. We heard about that earlier in the opening session. And don't get stuck wondering if you're making the right decision. Make a decision, whatever it is, wherever you are in life. If you want something better for yourself, make the decision to just do something on that desire. Accept the failure that comes and don't give up. Be persistent. Stick with it. Learn and grow through the experience. And those principles, as I mentioned, they're universal. You apply them wherever you are, right here in Ghana or anywhere else. If you apply those, the same kind of outcomes will occur. I've seen it for others, and I've seen it in my own life. So I was told to leave time for questions. So that's my discussion, my presentation. I'm sorry I didn't get to show my slides. They didn't quite make it over, but hopefully you found that helpful. With that, I'll just open it up. If there's any questions I can answer, I'd be happy to do that. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Brother Wood, for your presentation. It was very great. I just wanted to get something that I really loved that you shared. I have a question on that. You said something about figuring things out, you know, the ability to figure things out. And I love that particular thing you said, especially, you know, with starting projects and life, in work, in business, and then it's very, very crucial to learn how to figure things out, you know, find out, you know, problems and how to solve it. And my question is about this particular thing. Why do people usually give up in figuring things out? You know, like you said about people starting things, finding problems, you know, around them and finding solutions and to solve them. Why is it difficult? Because there are some people, they can start, something, and then at the long of the line, they just give up. So why is it that people lose hope and they just stop in the process? That's my question.
Great question. Okay, so he's asking, why do people give up in their pursuit? I don't think there's an easy answer to that, but I will share the thoughts that I've experienced myself. I think people give up because they, like you said, they lose hope. They forget. In a gospel context, I think, again, we're so blessed to have the gospel, because I don't know, quite frankly, how anyone doesn't give up without it. But I think in the gospel context, they forget the promises that have been made. They forget the purpose of why we're really here. Why we're here is not about having immediate success. We're here to learn and grow. And so what the scriptures sometimes call is they look beyond the mark, meaning you get so fixated on, okay, if I do X, I'm going to get Y. If I start this, worked recently with someone who was doing fish farming. If I start this fish farming, it's going to grow and I'm going to have this massive successful business. He got so fixated on the outcome that he thought defined success that he failed to see what his heavenly Father saw as success. We're measuring success the wrong way. And then we get discouraged and we give up. If we instead shift our measurement of success from outcome-based to effort-based, we will find that we're not really failing when things don't work out. We're learning through the process. We're not failures when we fail to do what we hope to do. We'll find satisfaction in the effort, and we will feel the love of our Heavenly Father through that effort. And then we'll know that effort taught me something, and now I'm better off. I have more than I did before, and I can try again. So I think people give up because they expect something differently than what Heavenly Father has designed for us and what reality allows. Like I mentioned, if Thomas Edison defined success as making a light bulb after one try, he never would have got there. Instead, he based it on, what am I learning through the process? And every time he failed, he learned something. And so success was about what he was learning, not the outcome of the light bulb. And he just focused on the learning process more than the outcome of the light bulb. So a great question. Hopefully that was helpful.
Hello. I just wanted to make a little contribution to the question he asked.
Oh, yeah, please.
Why do people give up? A lot of people give up on situations. One, if you don't plan your life well, and you think that somebody is there and you would get there tomorrow, and you don't plan your life well towards that end, in the course of your journey, you give up. When we use the scriptures teaches us about endurance and persistency, how we can able to pursue our dreams. And most people, they make decisions because of people. Sometimes to please people, sometimes, oh, this person is there, this person is doing something. But without you having a passion for it. For instance, when you want to start a business and you've not learned too much on that, exactly the business you want to do. Somebody says this thing will give you money. You think that when you start now, the money will come. No, it has to go through a process. So as you're going through the process, sometimes you become frustrated and then you give up. So it's all about planning. It's all about getting a lot of information about exactly where you want to get to. And when you have those information, and the person like the seminar we are attending today, many people are sharing their experience. When Mr. Gajapo was sharing his experience. And sometimes all these processes go through, and then if you persist, that is where that statement that there is light beyond the tunnel comes in. That when the challenges come and you're able to go through it, you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. So it's about planning, it's about persistency, it's about commitment to exactly what you want to do. And then you get there. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you very much. Love that. Okay, any other questions, comments, thoughts?
Yeah, I want to ask that in your journey and becoming an entrepreneur, what specific challenges did you face? And then how you are able to overcome those challenges?
So questions, what challenges did I face in my entrepreneurial journey? And how did I overcome those challenges? Okay, I think there's a similar, I mean, you have the product specific challenges. I won't speak so much to those because every product, every idea you have, the whole point of the MVP is you create something and you take it to people and you get feedback and they help identify those challenges. And that's a hard process because what you think is going to work for people may not work for people. What you think they want may not be what they want, and you have to adjust and adapt. I think the biggest challenge that most entrepreneurs, and myself included, is the mental challenge, what we talked about. It's being an entrepreneur, and there's all types of entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs out of necessity. It's a lot of entrepreneurs in Africa, and you have entrepreneurs out of the passion of what they're working on. Regardless, it is a very lonely path to walk. You're often left feeling all alone, like there's no one else to really share the burden with you. So it's the mental challenge of facing failure after failure after failure and not becoming discouraged. It's the mental challenge of feeling stuck and trying to figure out what to do next. It's the mental challenge of feeling like, is there really any, is this really going to work? Is there any real hope to this? Those mental challenges are very, very difficult, not to mention even the potential public humiliation you might face or the discouragement you may be getting from your family members or things like that. But I guess if I summarized it, the biggest challenge is that mental challenge. It's what's inside of our heads. It's what we think about ourselves and what we're doing. I think that's a very similar challenge to what we face in life. The reason I love entrepreneurship so much is I feel it's so symbolic of life's journey. It's you get to experience a mini life inside of your life experience. But I think that the challenge of life and of entrepreneurship is remembering who you are. And like we talked about, remembering what success really is. Success is the effort and the learning you experience. It's not the amount of money you make from an endeavor. It's not the recognition you get from it. If you try something and you fail at it and you learn and you're better, that's all that matters. That's all Heavenly Father wants. I get that there's a need to provide. That doesn't go away. You need to provide for yourself and your families. But I think what Christ teaches us is where your heart is, or he says, put the kingdom of God first. Basically, first things first. And the first thing is that what matters most is my growth and development and how I'm coming closer to Christ. If I focus on that, his promise is that everything else will be provided for. Things will fall into place. And that is a huge step of faith. That's scary to believe that. But the promise is there. He says, I know the sparrows, not a single one falls. Think of the grass of the fields, it grows. I will take care of you. Your needs will be met. Focus on growth, focus on development, focus on trying, experimenting, failing, and all things will work together for your good. I think we're up on time, but yeah, you have a comment to share? You can end us. You conclude.
Yeah, he was asking, what are some of the challenges you go through as an entrepreneur? In fact, being an entrepreneur begins with a dream. What am I dreaming about? I'm dreaming that I want to build a sky plane. You have to start seeking information about it. How do I do this? And then the information will help you. In the challenges you will face, some people will try to kill your dreams. You will discuss with your friend, I want to build a sky plane. He says that, oh, it is not possible. And if you don't take time, you stop. Because somebody have already told you that it is not possible. So how to have a mental talk that it is possible. I saw it with my eyes. I know this is right. I can do it. So if people try to kill your dreams, be strong and help yourself that, no, I will persist and do this. And this is the only way you can able to. And then the next challenge will be the finances. How do I raise money to start this, my dream? Okay, who can I talk to? Who is my next? He talked about the mentor. Who will be my mentor? Who is the person who I can rely on to seek information? And when you do all those processes, I'm telling you that nobody will kill your dreams. You're able to live to actualize your dreams, to make yourself a better person.
The Tabernacle Choir at Temple Square welcomes you to Piping Up, Tabernacle Organists in Concert. Tonight's concert on the historic Tabernacle organ is a kickoff event for a new series of online organ concerts by Tabernacle organists Richard Elliott, Andrew Unsworth, Brian Matthias, Linda Margetts, and Joseph Peoples. This new series, called Piping Up, Organ Concerts at Temple Square, will be streamed every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at noon Mountain Time. Piping Up renews the more than a century-old tradition of noon organ recitals at Temple Square, a tradition that has recently been on hiatus due to current pandemic precautions. The new streaming series and tonight's concert event have been produced without an audience and comply with all COVID-19 guidelines. We hope you enjoy this evening's Piping Up concert with selections by all 5 Tabernacle and Temple Square organists. First up, a performance by our newest organist, Joseph Peoples. We have just heard Joseph Peoples play the fanfare from École d'Orgue by the Belgian composer and organist Jacques-Nicolas Lemmens. A pioneer of the modern French organ school, Lemmens taught at the Brussels Conservatoire, where his students included such organ luminaries as Alexandre Guillemot and Charles-Marie Widor. Next, we will hear Brian Mathias play the Little Fugue in G minor by Johann Sebastian Bach. This work was most likely composed while Bach was organist. Linda Margetts has just performed an organ arrangement by former Tabernacle organist Robert Kundig of Jesu, Joy of Man's Desiring by J.S. Bach. Now, this well-known pastoral piece was originally written in 1723 as a movement for choir and small orchestra in one of Bach's sacred cantatas. Only later did it become well-known when transcribed as a purely instrumental work. But the lyrics of the original chorale, words that speak of hope, joy, and comfort, continue to underscore this music even when...
Hi, everyone. I know you guys, you've had a wonderful sections, and good things don't come to an end, but it must come to an end, right? Yeah. We know some of you went to the CIS class. Please, we just want to correct a few things. The CIS scholarship, it is not just dropping money on you. You need to prepare for that financially as well. I went to that program. Before I left, I have some amount of money in my account. Remember, you need to pay for your plane tickets, and the condition is to come back. So it is not just, oh, I want to go to the US. It's not an immigration program. Integrity, remember? We spoke about integrity. And that is where the integrity impact comes. So if you know yourself that, no, when I get over, I won't come back, you know yourself. So please, it is not a free lunch or something that everyone's going to help them. So you need to prepare financially and academically, because the program, each of the program in the Mario School is not a joke. You have to prepare mentally, and to do that, it may take you 2 or 3 years to prepare for that. So it's important. I just wanted to clarify that. So our next program, yes, there is a free lunch after this session. So the lunch just came in, but not CIS, please. Yeah, okay. So we have on our program, we have an interview with our good friend Benjamin, and Jonathan will be the moderator for that interview, Benjamin Taylor, and that goes for 15 minutes maximum. As soon as you see my hands like this, you should stop. Okay, Jonathan. Then after that, we have a panel discussion with Victor, Matt Riches, Mariam, Dave Roper, and then Michael Johansson. And then our moderator for that section is our executive director, Jason Brown. You know Jason Brown, right? Can you clap?
You know, yesterday in our training meetings, they forgot to clap for me for one of my sessions, and it's been really hurtful. So thank you for clapping as I walked up here. I'm going to get as much mileage out of that as I can. Thank you. Benjamin, come on up. We're behind me. Come on up. Come on up here. So we want to talk about mentorship. Mentorship's has a lot to do with what we do in the management society. And, you know, if you think about it in the church, we're mentored by a lot of people. We didn't get to where we're at without being some sort of mentorship. But today, Benjamin's got a story to tell us about how mentorship helped him. So let's start. Let's just have you take the first minute or so. Give us where you started. What led you to the point that you needed or wanted to seek a mentor? Let's go there, and then we'll talk about how you found that mentor after that. Okay.
Thank you so much for this privilege and this wonderful opportunities. And I would say I have a lot of colleagues around, and I'm happy to have you here. And even this opportunity given me, I think most of us know the story. I don't need to talk much about that because we've had enough. Now, coming back from mission was the underlying factor for everything. You know, coming back from mission as a young man, there are a lot of things that we want to do. We set our hopes so high in the sense that make plans that are not feasible. But I'll tell you that what's held me, or what was the underlying factor in my journey and how it started, is humbling myself and then going to that gentleman and talking to him and telling him, please, would you be my mentor? Yes, it takes courage. And sometimes we would say that the fear of the unknown, the fear of being rejected. But listening to this great man seated behind me, which is actually giving me a little stage fright, we always have to know that failure has been part of their success. But this failure is something that they learn from. You don't just fail and be there, but it is something they learn from in order to be able to get to where they are now. It is very important to note. And there's one thing that I would love to share with you, my experience throughout the university. Now, getting to the university was also as opportunity of harnessing the power that comes with mentorship. Because yes, I had my hopes that I wanted to go to the big universities that we all know. But looking at my circumstances, sitting with a mentor, the mentor made me understand that it's not about going to the university, but it's about you, the individual. What are you going to do at the university? You can go to Harvard and come out as who you are. If you indeed want to make efforts in making sure that you build yourself, you would make it no matter where you find yourself. It is very important. So most of us know most of the leadership position I've been able to hold didn't come at once, but I'll tell you that I harnessed the power that comes with mentorship. Thank you.
Okay, great. You harnessed it. But one of the questions that a lot of people have is, how did you find your mentor? And how did you convince that person to give you time to be their mentor? Because a lot of people that you want to have as a mentor are very busy. You know, I mean, imagine if you went to Kelly, said, I want you to be my mentor. He might say, with what time, you know? So how did you identify and approach your mentor to get them to become involved with you?
Okay, grateful. So there is this TED talk by Janet Fan, I think on mentorship too. There was one thing that I learned from her. She was like, there are three things when it comes to mentorship and trying as much as possible to get mentors. He said, one, we should ask. Try as much as possible to approach. And then when asking, it shouldn't be, there was this Nigerian man who shared an experience with us. It shouldn't be always about what you are going to get from them, but you should present yourself as a resource to them. You should be resourceful to them. So my mentors, what I did was I made sure at least I did some voluntary works. If probably washing a car, I would sacrifice to do that just to be able to get that from them. And statistically speaking, 79% of us know the importance of mentorship. But when it comes to harnessing the blessings that has to do with mentorship, it is only 36% that follow up. And this was a statistics by aristocrats. It is very important that we always offer ourselves as individuals willing to serve. And then now we can now beckon on them for assistance.
Okay, now you mentioned something, you mentioned a word a minute ago that I want you to expound on just a little bit. You said that it was important to have humility. As a mentee, talk about, why did you say that? Why do you have to have humility, and how does that play into the mentor-mentee relationship?
Okay, thank you so much. So humility is one key factor that I learned on mission when I read The Way of Pride. I think anyone who has served Nigeria Port Harcourt mission, that is one of the talks that our mission president asked us to read, The Way of Pride. And he says that the antidote for pride is humility. So that really stood out for me. And as such, as an individual, yes, I have lots more years ahead of me, but as an individual at my young age, I've at least achieved some success that I'm very proud of. Now, if I were not to be humble, I wouldn't have gotten there. But let's not forget that let's be humble, but let's try as much as possible to stand on our grounds when it comes to our principles and our values. Very important.
All right. So now this is going to probably be a little bit more difficult because you had how long was your relationship with your mentor?
Well, it's everlasting. He's still mentoring me and I'm still adding more mentors.
Okay. So it's very long. But can you boil down to, at this point, if you were to say the top 3 things I've learned from being mentored by my mentor, they would be, what are your top 3 things?
Okay. So there's 1, making sure you overwork when you are given the work. I think it is very important. Now, how do you justify your inclusion? Your mentor has tried as much as possible letting you know this. He will just do the smaller parts, but the significant parts. Now, after knowing that, the most important thing I've learned was to make sure you justify your inclusion. Your mentor has advised you, recommended you in order to probably have an opportunity. Then when you go there, you're going to fail. It is not possible. You make sure you work yourself out in order to achieve what you achieve. And then 2, my mentor really taught me how to take up responsibility in terms of leadership, wherever we find ourselves. Let's make sure that we do with this word called primus inter pares, which means that we should always be the head among equals. Even though we are equal, we should make sure there is a head there. And then thirdly, we should make sure we always try as much as possible to serve willingly without any thinking of any monetary benefits, and would yield the results. Yeah.
Okay. When in your career or your progression or your education, when should somebody find a mentor?
I would say, usually I have asked myself this question, but intuitively, I know most of us have asked ourselves this question. Sometimes we would find our friends doing well, not out of jealousy, but out of curiosity. You ask yourself, what am I doing wrong? I was better than this person when we were in school, but this person is now doing very well. The person is a lawyer, a doctor, and all that. Now, one advice we should take from it, and how I used to advise myself and help myself to overcome that, is these people had their parents around who probably were also lawyers. Their parents helped them throughout their journey to get there. So it is very important that we don't think about age barriers. So far as you've now known the importance of mentorship, and since we came, there has been mentorship being mentioned. The first speaker made us to understand that it was his dad. He didn't say it was mentorship then, but I'll tell you that it was mentorship, because without mentorship, he wouldn't have achieved what he has achieved. So there is no age limit. We should always try as much as possible to, at any time, at our disposal, there are people around. We shouldn't also look at people who are far from us. There are people around who have key qualities that we can learn to become better people.
What advice would you give to somebody who, and we've actually heard this at this conference, I'm struggling to find a mentor. I don't know who to approach. I don't know where to find them. I'm not connected to anybody. What advice would you give someone to find a mentor that is struggling?
Okay, so when it comes to talking about I'm struggling to find a mentor, I'll say it's a lie. In this 21st century, I'm not saying it's a lie to you though, but I'm saying immediately we have that thought in mind, it becomes a lie. There is this book I'm reading now, which is written by Dr. Murphy, The Power of Your Subconscious Mind. It's a very powerful book. Now, immediately you have the thoughts that it is not going to be possible. My dear colleagues here and potential mentees, I'll tell you that you would never make it possible. Just set your mind towards it, add faith, and everything will be possible, because there are a lot of resources at our disposal.
Thank you for being with us. I would encourage you to figure out how to find a mentor no matter what stage you're at. Ask questions, ask those around you, look for that mentor. Don't be afraid. Continue to ask, but I love the discussion about humility. That's an important part of learning to be a mentee, so that you can grow. Thank you for your time. We really appreciate you being here with us. Let's clap for Benjamin. Thank you.
Still, can you still clap? Please do not live under your privilege. this is the opportunity to clap. So you do it well. Thank you. So we have our panel discussion. We have Jason will be leading, moderating that. So if Charles around.
Yeah, if Charles with Welfare Self-Reliance comes up, if Matt and Victor come up with Pathway, be wonderful. Oh, good job. Yeah, good. Yeah. All right, let's start with Pathway. Matt and Victor, come on up. We'll just make this cozy and I'll sit down. Tell us, so people know who you are, BYU Pathway Worldwide. Tell us what they don't know. What's new? Let's correct some misperceptions. Where is Pathway headed? Give us some of those answers.
Thank you. Good afternoon. If it was my program, you would all be you would have had your lunch by now. I feel bad that we're the ones that have to speak to you when you're angry about the food. So where is BYU Pathway headed? I think we are headed exactly what you see happening around you right now, to creating an ecosystem where our students are able to link up with other resources that are going to be helpful to them. Some of you might know I try to point people to resources that I think will be helpful for them or that will be opportunities for them. And I've spent a lot of time doing that. And you're starting to see that when people come together and we realize these kinds of partnerships, it leads to more opportunities for our students. So that's the first thing I would say. I'll let Victor add something.
Well, thank you so much, Matt. I don't know what else to add to what he has already said, but let me just tell you why we are so unique with what we're doing. I mean, with BYU Pathway, it's 100% online, but what makes us different from other institutions across West Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, or wherever, I would like to say is our ability to be able to connect our students with employment opportunities. If you ask me, what are you planning to do or what keeps me awake at night? I just want to make sure that our students are gainfully employed. Otherwise, it will make no difference from other conventional universities you're going to. So I spend most of my times looking for potential employers. And when I talk to our students, I say, please, when I find them, don't disappoint us. Do all you can to set yourself apart and to be able to create opportunities for other people to come in. We believe so much in the power of networking that you get in there and you work so hard. And because of how hardworking you are, they are asking you, do you have somebody else like you? And when they ask you such question, what do? You start thinking about your fellow students, your colleagues that you know can do the same thing. So in addition to what he has already said, this is a school in Zion, meaning the Lord is working the way with each of our students. So as a result of that, we invite you that as you study, you don't only study alone, you study through the help of the Holy Ghost. And by the power of the Holy Ghost, what happens? You're able to know the truth of all things. Can you imagine when you have your secular books, your textbooks, and then you have the scriptures side by side? I don't know of any other better way to learn, to understand, and to become successful with those things. So we are so happy to be with you. We're excited for you. We are anxiously looking at where you'll be in the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. You are our pioneers. You will stand one day to teach and to testify of the blessings that have come to you as a result of this experience. I think I'll just stop here so I don't take too much of your time. It's like we are the one between you and lunch. Thank you.
And Matt and Victor, if they have any questions, where can they get their answers if they want to talk to you specifically? You're around here today for a few days. Yeah.
Yeah, let me just ask you this question. How many of you have some way to contact me? Raise your hand. Okay, so it's pretty good. So go to the website if you want to learn more about our offerings. They are changing. So we're sometimes taking away things, sometimes adding things. So you have to always go there to see what the offerings are. It's byupathway.org for more information. You can also find me on LinkedIn, or you can ask your neighbor. I'm sure they have my WhatsApp number.
Thank you, Matt and Victor. All right. Now with Charles, come on up. Charles is Welfare and Self-Reliance Services. Charles, similar questions. What do the people need to know? What is new? What is happening? What do people not understand about the offerings? Because there's so much with the church, what they offer to the people. Please.
Thank you. My name is Charles Adebayo. I'm representing Welfare and Self-Reliance. We have a lot of offerings, but the first question I want to pose to you is, when you look at Africa, especially Africa West area, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? What will you say is the pressing need? When you look around you, you will all agree with me. When you look around, what you mostly see is poverty. I represent a department that deals on how you can overcome poverty. We have different programs. We have finding a better job for those who are seeking to get a job or improve on their job. We have education for better works for those who are planning to go to school. And if you cannot pay your way, we have Perpetual Education Fund that can assist you to do technical and vocational programs. If you are interested in agri-related courses, we have Pencil Scholarship. That is a grant. You don't have to pay back. We also have a program we call Starting and Growing My Business, which is meant to groom entrepreneurs. If you are already doing a business, we can help you to improve that business. For those who are familiar with some of these offerings I've mentioned, from when we started these programs in 2013, there has always been a clamor that while you assist people to go to school, what about those that would like to go into businesses? What do you do for them? I'm happy to inform you. Earlier this year, we have started a pilot we call Starting My Business Pilot. And I believe it's currently ongoing in some states in Ghana. Here. What we do there is to identify some members who are perpetually being on fast offering. They are recommended by the leaders. We give them some training for 8 weeks, and they identify what they want to do. And we get them those startup kits to do those things they want to do. And we continue to give them coaching and mentoring to help them be successful in whatever business they want to do. I can continue, it's a passion for us as a department, and I can continue to tell you more and more about this, but we would love to hear more if you have any questions for us so that we can answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you. And similar with these questions, where do they go? Where do they go to find the answers? How do they get a hold of you, Marion?
Well, we have welfare and self-reliance managers everywhere. I believe you all know them. If you're familiar with our welfare and self-reliance managers, Charles, our colleague, just came up here a few minutes ago. Please, can I see your hands up if you know Charles? Okay, that's Charles standing up there. We have our office at the Mission Home, Ghana Accra Mission Home here. And for our numbers, I believe you all have them. You can reach us on our numbers on WhatsApp. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. As you know, you have your hand out. So these are our partners, BYU Pathway, Welfare Self-Reliance Services. We heard from Interweave Solutions today in the breakout, SCEP Foundation in the breakout. Another thing we want to talk about is launching leaders. So there's 2 takeaways today for everyone is to join the Africa region chapter by the QR code. About 180 of you have already done that. Please still do that. And when you do that, you'll still sign up for the region. That's the first one. And then those that are from Ghana, as we have people joining us virtually, but for Ghana, then join the Ghana chapter as well. and any of the chapters that you live by. But if you don't live close to one, it's just the Africa region. But that's the first one, the Africa region. The second main takeaway is to join the next Launching Leaders session that we're going to have. So as you join the Africa region, you'll see it says the next event. It's August 19th. Now you might ask, I don't know much about Launching Leaders. Well, you just flip the page and it tells you all about Launching Leaders. But we have David Rupert here, who's going to tell us more about what we're trying to do with the BYU Management Society with Launching Leaders, some of the successes that we've been having, how the program works. David, please.
Thank you, Jason. First off, you guys are wonderful. It's really a pleasure to see you here. And as I look at you, I think of the vision that Abraham had, where the Lord showed him to the world. And he said that these are my great ones, and that is you. You've been reserved to come forward in this time. You may have heard the words said, the saddest words that have ever been penned are the words, it might have been. Launching Leaders is designed so you don't have to experience sadness. Launching Leaders will help you identify your core values. You set goals to achieve those core values. You get mentors and trusted people to work with you. You have a formula for success that you execute on daily. You establish successful principles where basically you program yourself for success. And there is a future that God has in store for each of you, but you must do your part. The Lord loves effort. He will bless you. This is Africa's time. And we walked through some of my breakouts today, the 3 industrial revolutions, and the 4th one now being AI and cybersecurity and everything else. This is the hastening of the world where we prepare for the second coming of our Savior. The Lord needs Africa. We need Africa. Your families need Africa. Your ancestors for generations before are praying for you at this moment. Your descendants for generations to come are praying for you at this moment, that you will rise to the occasion. You will take these practices, these principles, and put them to heart. That all starts with Launching Leaders, and you complement it with the network and everything else that we have possible. The saddest words that have ever been penned, the words that might have been. Don't let go of this. And if you've ever heard of the musical Hamilton, he talks about, I'm not throwing away my shot. I'm not throwing away my shot. Don't throw away your shot. Take advantage of it. That's what Launching Leaders will teach you.
Okay. And just since you're up here, David, tell us briefly, 1 minute, what are some of these webinars? So you join the Management Society ecosystem by joining the regional chapter. Launching Leaders is an offering. It's a 5-week course. It teaches you those life skills. Then you're in the system with us in Management Society. What do we have coming with the webinars? 1 minute.
1 minute. That's such a great question. Everybody behind me and many people out here have been working about how do we move this forward? So Launching Leaders is going to program you for success. You'll get a follow-up to this meeting about a survey that asks you, what are you interested in? Then based on that survey, we will start to offer webinars. Is Jay Hathaway still here somewhere? Raise your hand, Jay, if you're out there. I'm not sure. Jay did our first webinar in data science. We're going to continue to do that. Then that can lead into group networking and mentoring, and then smaller relationships when we talk about it. So it's a great way to complement what BYU Pathway offers, Ensign College, and everything else. And Seth and I started talking about this about 2 years ago when he talked about, we have a program here. It's coming to pass. So that's what the webinars are designed. And the only people who will miss out by not attending the webinars are those who don't know of it, right? So tell people about it, spread the word.
Good, thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you so much. Okay, now I'd like to have Michael Johansson. He's my colleague at BYU. He's the Alumni Association Executive Director. As we talk about this ecosystem inside the Management Society with all of our partners, one of the main offerings we have, hey, you do Launching Leaders. That's great. We had a great question from our Nigeria chapter president. People ask, hey, what's next? You do Launching Leaders. Great. I got the certificate. I'm there. What's next? Yes, we want you to mentor and network inside of Africa. but the Management Society is a global organization and it's powered by mentors coming from the BYU Alumni Association. So Michael, what can they expect from the BYU Alumni Association?
Thank you, Jason. Start with a quick story. I know you didn't give me the 1 minute mark, but maybe that was
You got 3, 4, 5 minutes.
No, don't sit down. Don't sit down. One of the things that I love to do is to gather, and this is a wonderful gathering. A couple of years ago, I gathered a group of BYU alumni and fans and friends in a place called Shreveport, Louisiana. And we had the church isn't very strong in Louisiana in the United States. Well, there aren't a lot of people. The church is strong. There are not a lot of people there. And along the side, we had about 2,000 or 3,000 people all gathered together in a similar type of environment like this. And this little girl was with her dad from Louisiana, and she was there next to me. And the dad leaned down and said, "Hey, sweetie, how many of these people do you think are members of the church, of our church?" And she looked around and she said, "Well, maybe all of them." And he said, "Yes, all of them." And that was for her just a moment that he could have with her to see this expansive nature of the family that we're a part of. And I shared a number this morning of some big numbers of alumni of Brigham Young University. That's just one of the church educational institutions, 450,000. There are about 30,000 graduates from BYU Hawaii, about 225,000 from BYU Idaho, and a similar number, about 30,000 from Ensign College. This creates a monster family that we are all a part of because we're all disciples of Jesus Christ, and we have similar goals, similar education goals, similar career goals, similar spiritual goals. And that's the population that we're trying to activate to have not just those hundreds of thousands of graduates, also see the hundreds of thousands of other family members that are part of this effort. And so we're working on what we have created, and this is, I don't have an announcement or anything like that, sorry. That there is food after this, is that an announcement? But we have created a scalable mentoring platform called BYU Connect. And it is part of a church educational system mentoring platform that is currently for students and graduates and alumni of these institutions. We're working to scale this so that we can have the mentor relationship expand exponentially into the entire world. And that's what we're working on, so that we can have what we're calling qualified mentoring experiences. So you can find and be found relationships and mentoring opportunities from alumni of these of the church educational institutions and the broader family, what this little girl in Shreveport, Louisiana saw when she saw 2,000 or 3,000 people gathered together in this family. I'm sure you're feeling that as you gather together today in a small way, or if you've ever been to General Conference, that's why we gather. We're doing it virtually more effectively all the time, and we hope to do even more in the future.
Okay, thank you, Michael. All right. So my closing 1 minute remark. It's so good to be here. As Seth and I talked about the purpose of this conference, it's not just to have this moment right now and that's it. Yeah, Seth will talk about that. Yeah. This is my last minute, not the last minute of the conference, last minute for me. And so it's about what do we do after? And I thought it was interesting, Matt Richards with Pathway, who's here, he's been here for 4 years. And sometimes people say, oh, I did this one thing and it didn't work, or I did this other little thing and it didn't work. You know, as he says, and as we see, those that are actively doing all the things, you're sticking with it, good things come. So stick with it. Stick with the Management Society, stick with BYU Pathway, stick obviously always with the church. If you're not there, you know, stick with your Lord, stick with Skep Foundation. There's so many good things in the ecosystem that we're building and figuring it out how to do it better that will help everyone to lift as we lift and lead together. And so thank you. It's been wonderful to be here.
Is that all you could do? Wonderful, wonderful. You see, I want to be younger again because all the buffet of resources that have been pointed to us. I just want us to know this is the time for Africa, for our youth, for the opportunities on the continent. The BYU Management Society, I know some of you are asking, what is that? I know some of us came in late. I just want to let you know what the BYU Management Society is and what we stand for. The BYU Management Society is a professional organization out of Brigham Young University, and our vision is to promote moral and ethical leadership around the world. And some of the activities we look at is professional development, networking, community service, and be able to give back. So if you are not member of the church or you are not familiar with BYU, BYU stands for Brigham Young University. So we are sponsored by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. But this organization, you don't need to be a member of the church to become a member. You don't need to be an alumni of BYU to become a member. It's just like Rotary or Lions Club. So we have our hands open wide for you to join. So if you have not yet registered, please do that today because you will not be the same. Before we get our concluding remarks, we have a video to watch. But before that, I would like to read the bio of our concluding speaker. But I want to thank you all for coming today. There is going to be lunch served. We apologize for the delay, but you're surely going to get to lunch. You know, the best is always kept last, right? Okay. Flint Mensah, Director of Temporal Affairs, Africa West Area of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Brother Flint Mensah was appointed as the African West Area Director for Temporal Affairs in 2022 for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He graduated with a bachelor's degree in education from the University of Cape Coast, Ghana, a Master of Public Administration degree from Brigham Young University, and a Master of Science in Instructional Technology and Learning Sciences from Utah State University, USA. He is a certified project management professional and a certified product manager. As the Director for Temporal Affairs, Brother Mensah oversees the church humanitarians, welfare, and self-reliant efforts, design and construction and maintenance of buildings, finance, materials management, human resource, information and communication systems, and other temporal affairs functions in the Africa West area. Brother Mensah joined the church 30 years ago and served a full-time mission in Nigeria, Port Harcourt Mission. He and his wife, Felicia, are parents of 4 children. We are going to watch a video we pre-recorded. He apologized not to be here today because he lost his father-in-law and the burial is today. So he couldn't make it in person. He was so much excited to be here to meet you and be able to interact. So we will watch Brother Mensah's presentation. Thank you. You want to go down?
My dear friends, I apologize for not being able to be with you in person, but I'm indeed grateful for the opportunity to share a few thoughts with you. I would like to thank the leadership of the BYU Management Society and the organizers of this wonderful conference. You will agree with me that this has been amazing. Thank you so much for all the wonderful discussions and the insights, as well as all the resources that have been shared. The theme for this conference, as you have heard over and over again, is Lift and Lead. This is a professional development conference. Now, all of us gathered here today have some connection with the church one way or the other. It is amazing the impact that the church has made in the lives of individuals and families in West Africa in the last 45 years. In just few months, we will be celebrating 45 years since the first baptism occurred on November 21st, 1978 in Nigeria. And then few days after that in Ghana on December 9th, 1978. Since those baptisms, the church has grown now to over 451,000 members in 11 countries. As you can see, this is the area membership projection. From 2017, the membership of the church was then at 324,652. It is projected now, that by 2032, the membership of the church will be around 674,500. In the next 10 to 15 years, this membership you see now would almost double. What does that tell us? What will be the needs of the church in the coming years? The astronomical growth of the church in Africa West area presents several challenges and opportunities. For the purposes of our theme today, let me just share a few opportunities in church employment. I've been in my role as the Director for Temporal Affairs exactly a year this month. When I assumed this role, there were 634 employees. We currently have 711. That is about 77 people added in just 1 year, with a couple more vacancies that are yet to be filled. In this part of the world, there are very few organizations that employ that number of people. For those of you who are interested in working for the church, what do we look for in those we hire, and how do you prepare for it? I will share 10 traits and skills. The number one trait that we look for in those that would like to work for the church is integrity. The church has zero tolerance for dishonest behavior. Demonstrating integrity means being absolutely honest in your day-to-day routine, being trustworthy and dependable. Living the value of integrity requires holding yourself accountable, accepting responsibility, and facing the consequences of your actions. Of all the qualities that we look for in employees, this is by far the most important. The second quality that we look for, or skill that we look for, is employees or potential candidates with leadership potential. Now, one may ask, how do you know if somebody has a leadership potential or not? I mean, research has shown that there are some characteristics that are commonly viewed as indicators of high potential employees. And I'm going to share them with you. The first one is cognitive skills. Cognitive skills include conceptual or strategic thinking. Someone who has thinks strategically. Breadth of thinking, your cognitive ability, and dealing with ambiguity. These are all cognitive skills that are very, very important. Personality variables include interpersonal skills, dominance, stability, resilience, and maturity. Learning ability includes adaptability, learning orientation, learning agility, and openness to feedback. Leadership skills include developing others, leading and managing others, and influencing and inspiring others. Motivation variables include energy, engagement, drive for advancement, career drive, interest, career aspirations, results orientation, and risk taking. Performance record such as leadership experiences, your past performance track record. These are all important skills. And then knowledge and values, including cultural fit. It's your background and experience a fit for, and technical and functional skills and knowledge. These are all things that we look for as we look for potentials, leadership potentials. And it's very important. We are always looking for leadership, people with leadership, high leadership potential. The third most important skill we look for is communication skills. Effective communication skills, both verbally and in writing, are necessary and important. Communication skills are in high demand regardless of employment or industry. In person, online, in writing, and over the phone, you must be able to communicate effectively with employees, with supervisors, and with customers. So communication skills is very important, and to do so effectively is the kind of skills that we look for. Teamwork and ability to cooperate is the fourth skill we look for. Teamwork is a workplace talent that contributes to an organization's overall success. Working as a team improves the execution of plans and objectives. Paying attention to your team members and contributions, accepting other employees' suggestions, and sharing responsibility are all examples of teamwork skills. The capacity to operate as part of a team and cultivate professional relationships to reach a common goal is valuable to any firm or any organization. And so in the church, we want people that have very good teamwork abilities, able to work well in a team. Now, the fifth skill is time management skills. To maintain workplace efficiency and organization, you must be aware of the time allotted for projects and tasks to meet deadlines. Very, very critical, especially in the church environment. When you properly manage your time, you provide high quality work on schedule, increase your productivity, and free up more time for leisure and fun. And for us in the church, I would add that time to be with family and fulfill your callings are very, very important to us. So managing your time wisely or managing time effectively, efficiently is very, very critical. Agility, adaptability, and flexibility. Every business or workplace evolves over time. This is necessary to keep up with competition, to keep up with new, for us, prophetic direction, to change course in the way we do things. Employees are the ones who are the most affected when a company or changes, when the organization changes. Therefore, one should mentally prepare to accept the changes that will come. And in our environment, there's abundance of those. Problem-solving skills. Employees must be capable of independent critical thinking, reasoning, and problem-solving. Critical thinking is very, very crucial. The kind that allows employees to spot issues or opportunities and then seek creative solutions. Goes hand in hand with enthusiasm to learn new things. Problem-solving skills. We want people that will solve problems. Very, very important. Digital and technical skills is the eighth skill that are very, very critical for us. Every workplace operations rely heavily on technical skills. These abilities vary greatly depending on the profession and industry. Although they can be transferred in some situations. Understanding data analytics, for example, is a technical talent that could be used in a variety of occupations. Practically having at least some computer ability is a requirement in every career now. And so these are very, very important skills to have. Motivated individuals. We require individuals who can take initiative and follow through to complete tasks. They should be highly motivated and have a clear understanding of their obligations. Taking up responsibility on your own and completing the allotted work on time is the best method to become self-motivated. So we want people who will do things without being told. The 10th and the last skill is emotional intelligence and interpersonal skills. The talents you use to interact and engage with others are interpersonal skills, or what we normally call people skills. Many people get employed rapidly just based on the ability to interact with others. Interpersonal skills can sometimes outweigh the other skills employees need, so be sure you have them. During job interviews, your interpersonal skills will be assessed, so make sure you are prepared. You can improve your emotional intelligence and self-awareness, which will help you connect with a team, with the hiring team. According to a recent poll, about 71% of employers place a higher value on candidates' emotional intelligence. Qualities other than IQ are very, very critical. So employers are significantly more inclined to hire and promote people with established emotional intelligence abilities in the future. This is because emotional intelligent individuals create better workplace communication, understand how to manage stress and avoid heated conflicts, and build stronger relationships with co-workers and customers, among other things. So emotional intelligence is very, very critical for us. And into the future, this is a skill that will be very, very well sought after for almost all organizations. These are what we look for. And it's actually general critical skills to have, not just for those who would like to work for the church, but generally. Recently, we've been having conversation on the fact that compared to other denominations, our members seem not to be prepared for the job market. We see lots and lots of job opportunities, but we see that our members are not qualified. It just tells me that our rising generation have degrees and skills that is not matched with what the job market is looking for. I recently, chanced on this data from the World Economic Forum, the Future of Jobs report. It just gives you an overview of what the future of jobs is going to look like, 2023 and beyond. This was published in May 2023. And as you can see on your screen, the number one skills that is on the rise, as you see, it says skills on the rise, is creative thinking. The second one is analytical thinking, technological literacy, curiosity and lifelong learning, resilience, flexibility, and agility. And these are some of the skills that I mentioned previously. But this is what employers are looking for. This is our skills that are on the rise, and it's going to continue into the future. AI and big data are some of the things. Systems thinking, motivation, and self-awareness. So if you can see from 73.5% of employers are looking for people with this kind of skills. Talent management, service orientation, empathy and active listening, dependability and attention to detail, resource management and operations, network and cybersecurity, quality control, design and user experience, teaching and mentoring, programming, marketing and media, multilingualism. These are all skills that are looking at. So we need to look at these skills that are on the rise, and so that we can prepare ourselves for the future of jobs. My dear friends, I look forward to a future where we export skills like these, as have been shown, to other countries. Not just these technical skills, but these skills along with moral and ethical leadership. This is what the vision of BYU Management Society is. Is this possible for us in West Africa? So be developed and be skillful such that we can actually export these skills to other countries. Is it possible? Can we do this? Yes, we can. May the Lord help us in our efforts as we develop ourselves and lift others. Thank you very much.
You see, if the person is not present when you clap, it's so important. Thank you. We thank Flint for that wonderful concluding remarks. Just some, before we head out, we also want to thank our technical guys. Clap for these guys. So one of the skills on the rise is IT skills, right? They made our life so easy. If not, I'll be screaming over my voice. So it is important we appreciate them. We also appreciate all our volunteers that have been making sure that, especially our chapter leaders. Let me see all our chapter leaders on, please stand up if you are in here. Chapter leaders, yes. Okay, you can see just few of them are here. The rest are doing the hard work all on making sure that our life would not be the same. So thank you for your commitment. We also want to thank our global leader. Yes, where is Joseph? My able assistant. Joseph, you can see he has not slept for 4 days. He's been doing everything to make sure that we are all here. So let's give him. You see, if you have a very good deputy, right, you shine. That is why I'm shining today. He's making everything happening. So also, I want to thank all our global leaders. They have traveled all the way from the United States to be here. Clap for these guys. And we also want to thank and clap for the drivers that brought our students all the way from Kumasi, from Cape Coast to be here today. Then last but not the least, we want to, although we're going to have our lunch now, we want to clap for our caterer, right? She's going to make us. You see, today we've been learning how to clap. So you have your first clapping lesson for me. So we also want to thank, let's clap for our students, our participants, especially those who are online. And not forgetting someone, before we go, we have our tech person. She's doing all our online registration, making sure if we have challenge. Gina, let's clap for her. Record it. Then also let's clap for all those online trying to join us, although they are not with us. And there is one person we really have to clap for, Chet Hammond. He's been doing most of our launching leaders. He's been facilitating. I remember working with him countlessly to make sure that we have launching leaders all over Africa. So let's clap for Chet. Where's Chet? And all our chapter leaders joining us. I can see Thomas Dubé, South Africa, and Didier, Congo, and the rest. I can see, yes, Thomas is there. Thank you for joining, man. Thank you. So clap on them. Okay. Now, clap for yourself. Finally, you have to clap for me, Abby. Okay. Yes, we have lunch. Those students from University of Cape Coast, just walk straight to your car from here when we have the closing prayer. Your lunch will be packed in your vehicle and you'll be able to grab that. Those from UCC, the same, but those of us from Accra,
In the bus.
Yes.
And then here's the gate at the back in the cultural box.
Yes, so. Okay, you can use the gate at the back. So UCC, Cape Coast, use the gate at the back. Just use that and you get closer, so you don't need to go through the stairs, right? And yes, so that we can reduce human traffic. But we need to take I don't know how we're going to do the group picture. Do we need to do that? No.
Very quickly.
Yes. Yes, if you want to take a group picture, we can be out there. You grab your food, or we will do that. But don't forget to register. If you have not done that, please register before you leave here. It's important. And then we have a launching leaders class that is coming up on the 19th of August. So we encourage you to join or register to be part of it. Thank you so much. It has been a very wonderful experience for me. I remember 7 or 8 years ago, we have a similar conference, but we didn't have the hall so packed like this. That means you guys have left your Saturday to be here. This is very, very important. We want to thank you, and do not forget the opportunities we have showcased to you today. Please stay in touch, join a chapter, the Africa regional chapter, and be part of it. And if you have any questions, we'll still be around. And those of us who want to give back, you can, after your meal, you can help us to clean and make sure that this place, because they use this for church service on Sunday, so that tomorrow will be clean, so that they will say, yes, the management society came, they conquer and clean this place and left it better than they met it. So thank you. We will ask Belinda, Gwen, just step up. Okay. So let me call a volunteer to give us a closing prayer. I want a volunteer from UCC to give us a closing prayer. UCC. Come forward, University of Cape Coast. Come forward, you can see. Come forward, clap for him.
Okay, we are praying. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank Thee for a successful class today. We thank Thee that You have seen us through this class successfully. And we thank Thee for all the teachers and the leaders that You brought to us. We ask Thee that You help us remember everything that they taught us today. And we ask Thee that You bless them and give them all the blessings they desire. Wherever they pick their money from, Heavenly Father, help them replenish it, then give them more. This is what I humbly ask through our Master and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen.
Yes, if you want to join a group picture, fine, but grab your food. I know you guys.